Hello everyone, my name is Taylor.
And I'm Kelly.
And we are the co-hosts of Jumping Bomb Audio, the #1 show all about the world of Joshi Pro Wrestling. Every other Monday, we're coming at you with news, show reviews, and previews of upcoming Joshi action.
So whether you're just getting into the scene or you've seen it all, this is the show for you.
Check us out on the Voices of Wrestling podcast network and wherever you get your audio.
Love Japanese pro wrestling? Want coverage of the entire scene, men's and women's promotions, from New Japan to Stardom, Noah, All Japan, DDT, Marigold, and more? Then Wrestling Omakase is the podcast for you. Hosted by a 23-year Puro watching veteran, that's me, John Carroll, and a rotating cast of co-hosts, we bring you a passionate, knowledgeable look at the wide world of Japanese wrestling. Wrestling Omakase is right here on the Voices of Wrestling Network. Check us out on any podcast app or feed today.
If you're a podcast host, listen up, this one's for you. My name is Allie Jackson. I'm the host of Finding Mr. Height, a dating and relationship podcast that I've been doing for 4 years now, sharing my positive and practical approach to dating that's built on my own life experience. And I wanted to share another experience that I've had, my secret behind monetizing my show. It's called Red Circle, and I was just telling my colleague about how much I love their platform. With Red Circle, not only am I getting a seamless hosting experience, but I also love the support I receive in ad sales. It's not just typical ad sales either. It's targeted opportunities based on my show and my life. And the platform is super simple. You just set your preferences and Red Circle matches you with sponsors that align with your show. You can vet every opportunity and their platform gives you great analytics. More recently too, my Red Circle team has brought me opportunities outside of my podcast on social media to really augment the podcast partnerships, bring them full circle. I just can't recommend them enough. If you want to give it a try, go to redcircle.com to get your free trial. That's redcircle.com for a free trial.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 256. And this week, I am pleased to be joined by a returning guest. It is Chris Samsa from the Sport of Pro Wrestling. How's it going, Chris?
Hello. It's good enough. It's G1 season. I'm gearing up.
Yeah. And you have a new kid.
Newish. She was not nearly as mobile for last year's G1, so I'm a little more active this year. So maybe I even have more energy. I don't.
Why was I thinking that she was born this year? My bad.
Yeah, she's 15 months, and
15 months. Okay.
She is running. But she's great. She's awesome. So she keeps us on our toes. She is why I'm in my basement right now instead of in my normal setup. But it works out. It works out. It's good. So, but yeah, 'tis the season. Let's go.
It's funny because I was originally thinking when what I was thinking about the Talash retirement, like thinking who might go. I remember thinking you might go, but obviously with the kid, I don't think that's really possible.
You know, it's funny. Megan, my wife, was like, "Are you going?" And I was like, "What? What do you mean? What do you like? What do you mean? Am I going? No, I'm not going." And she's like, "Oh, I thought you would probably go." And I was like, I didn't even consider it as an option. So Megan is very pro travel. So and she's also very pro wrestling and having a healthy hobby and a healthy contribution. So but I'm just not into going this year, if that makes sense. There's not I don't think there's going to be enough meat on it besides the Tanahashi thing. And as much as I love Tanahashi, he's not like my dude. So I'm not following him. But I love getting my midnight pizza for Wrestle Kingdom and posting up on the couch, or maybe this year in the basement and watching it. So I and experiencing it with the folks on the internet. But all my folks on the internet this year seems like they're going. I know a lot of people who are headed out there for January 4th.
Yeah, so I think from Voices of Wrestling, it's like the people in the Slack. I think it's just me, Paul, and Joel so far. Is what I saw. But then there are a lot of people on the Discord going that I know of. Yeah, and I know
the Keeping It Strong style guys are going.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of pals, and I think maybe someone from Speaking of Strong Style is trying to get over there. I don't know. A lot of people I've talked to have been very close to pulling the trigger, and throughout the year they have confirmed that they are going. So I will know a lot of people there.
The We Work Stiff guy, is he going? I feel like he's going.
I haven't talked to Josh about that specifically.
I
feel like that's an easier trip from there.
Yeah.
But I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't mentioned. I don't think he's mentioned going to me, but I could be totally wrong.
Yeah, I could be getting confused, but
he was there last year. I know that.
Oh, okay. Jamie, I know from Dramatic DDT is going. You told me, and he's someone he was on my very first trip in 2016, so it'll be cool to see him again.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Is Damon going?
Damon is not going, as far as I know. I think he had been talking about it. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this. I don't know if this is like public knowledge.
No, I don't. Sorry. Sorry, Damon.
It's okay. I mean, if they get mad, they can get mad at me, not mad at you for asking.
Mark for edit.
It's like, because I was asking, because Joel, I guess me, Joel, and Paul are going to sit together, and the Wrestle Kingdom, the pre-sale should be happening, like the fan club pre-sale should be happening any day now. So I basically was like, Joel, is he coming? Like, we got to know.
Right.
And Joel went to him and was like, oh, no, he's not. It doesn't seem like he's going. But yeah, because so in 2 years ago the last time I went to Wrestle Kingdom, which was the Naito roll call year, they did the pre-sale. They sent out the email for the pre-sale July 1st. Or no, but actually, no, 2 years ago, they sent it out July 16th, I think. Last year, they sent it out July 1st. When I used basically a friend of mine, my friend Quinlan, who was on the travel episode with me last week, actually, he used my account to buy the pre-sale tickets. So yeah, I think the email went out July 1st when I found it. So I was kind of like gearing up for it again. I was like hoping it would come early July again, but we're at July 13th now and it hasn't gone out yet.
I'm trying to think, have they actually officially announced Wrestle Kingdom? No,
they've announced it, but not so it's on the website, but it's still TBD.
Got it.
Unless that's changed. Actually, it's a good.
Because I was in my brain, I always think when the logo comes out, it's announced, and I don't think I've seen next year's logo yet.
Yeah, I don't think it's on the website yet either. Let me say. It might just use she'll use the New Japan. We've got something in 20 in Tokyo Dome.
Yeah.
Sunday, January 4th, obviously, and yeah, there's no start time. We don't know the ticket pricing yet. They don't have anything yet. So
yeah, so nothing.
The fact that's happening.
Nothing happened. I assume maybe that's night one of the G1. They'll do all that.
Maybe that could be what they're waiting for. Yeah.
It might be. It feels like that's a thing. Maybe I'm wrong. It seems crazy to try to wedge in a announcement on a 10 block match card, but stranger things have happened. Apparently, shows can go for 6.5 hours now.
Yeah. But yeah, that'll be coming any second now. The fan club pre-sale, we'll get the pricing too for all the sections, which will be cool. I mean, I'm aiming for Arena A this time, I think, which is I think starts at row 7 usually, just because I think I talked about this last week, but I'm just kind of not into New Japan enough right now to pay for for better ringside seats. but because the last time when I went 2 years ago, I had third row. So
that's right.
But last year, interestingly, so they changed this like slightly every year. 2 years ago when I went, there was a Royal Seat first row category, a Royal Seat second row category, a Royal Seat third row category, and then the generic Royal Seat category was row 4 to 6. So if you did that category, you could get any of those 3 rows. But if you paid the extra third row, you were guaranteed to get third row.
That's cool.
Last year they changed it back and they made it. There was a Royal Seat first and second row category, but then after that was Royal Seat 3rd through 6. So they didn't do the specific third row category. So that was interesting. I guess we'll see which they do this year. But yeah, I talked about this last week too, but like the good thing about being a fan club member is you generally get the front of whatever section you reserved. Since you're like one of the first people who bought it. So by doing Arena A through the fan club, you would probably expect to get like row 7 through 9, even though I think it goes back to like row 12. So that's probably what I'm going to do. It's like 20. If it's the same price as last year, it'll be like 24,500 yen. So,
What's that,
not
like
that bad.
$250? Is that right?
Well,
American?
Right now it's $166 American.
Oh, okay.
The dollar has weakened again. Or I mean, the yen has weakened again.
The yen, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because the yen is the dollar's back up to 147 yen. So
wow, yeah, that is significant.
Yeah, so we'll see if it stays. I mean, it could obviously go down again or whatever. But yeah, it'll probably be somewhere in the 166 to like 175 USD range because it's not going to get much worse than that in the next 2 weeks. But yeah, so that's pretty much what I've been doing for Wrestle Kingdom. And it's like kind of like what you said, like Tanahashi's not my guy or anything, so it's not like if this was Naito's retirement, I would be like, do I have to take out a giant loan to sit front row?
Yeah.
I would find a way. Do I got to rob a bank? But yeah, this was just like, Tanahashi retirement's cool and I want to be there, but it's just like, if I get the 8th row, it's not like I'm going to die about that or anything. I kind of want to save my big ticket spend.
But I mean, this is totally off our regular topics, but are you like being like on the floor?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to be Arena B.
Which is back of the floor?
Yeah, back of the floor. So I think Arena B starts row 13. Okay. I think goes all the way to like row 20. Arena A, I sat in third row, so I saw what the Arena A looked like.
Sure.
Basically just behind me. And you still look like you're close enough that you're getting a pretty good view.
Sure.
So, yeah. I mean, the baseball seats to me, and again, that was the only Wrestle Kingdom I've been to. The baseball seats, that I guess would be like first floor stand, the lower level baseball seats, they just look so far away from the ring to me.
Yeah.
Like if you get lucky and you're down near the bottom, maybe it's fine. And again, if you do it as a fan club, you'll probably be near the bottom. But like if you buy it through a general on sale, you might be really high up in the first floor stand. Yeah.
Sure.
So
yeah, that makes sense.
I would be careful about that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like a big proponent of like front row of the first elevated section. Like that's my those are my like primo seats if I'm picking for anything. Anything
it's just so hard in Japan because you can't pick your exact seats.
It's not like that. Yeah. And I'm older, so I've bought plenty of concert tickets that way too. So, I prefer being able to pick my actual seat, but I'm also, I go to a lot of standing room only stuff anyway. So I am used to being on floors, but I don't like being on a floor when it's a seated thing unless I'm probably first 2 or 3 rows. That's just it's a preference thing.
Yeah, see, I've done this kind of floor seat in America before, and I think it's okay. I don't dislike it, but it's just once you get really far back, then you're behind too many people.
It's the worst. Yeah,
I'm also tall though, so
I'm pretty tall too. I'm not as tall as you, but yeah, I totally get it. I
can see over lots of heads. So.
Yeah, a feature, not a bug.
Yeah. But yeah, if you're like a short person, not that you are, but I'm sure like short people probably hate those seats. The floor, like, even like 6th row.
It's just not even an option. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so I guess for anybody listening, by the way, to the topic of like tickets and going to Wrestle Kingdom, if you missed last week's episode, we did 3.5 hours on Japan travel, which we got some very good feedback to. I appreciate the people who said they found that episode very useful. I listened back. I don't normally listen back to my episodes that often. I did listen back to that one just because it was such a unique one that we did. And there was a lot of stuff where I'm like, I liked what we covered a lot. If anything, I wish we had gotten into the practical stuff a little earlier. Maybe I thought we rambled a little bit too much about our own trips, maybe. But what are you going to do? I don't really think I forgot anything, though. So that was good. I really think I hit like everything I wanted to hit. So it was funny when we were doing the episode and finding out on the air the lost in ticket thing got a little harder for foreigners, which I thought was, because I hadn't even thought to check, because remember, I was just there, a few months ago. So I would have bought my tickets for those March and April shows like January, February. So I didn't even think that they would have changed it in like 5 months or something, but apparently they did. So it was very interesting. But yeah, so that
something about international politics, who knows?
Yeah, I couldn't be. I mean, they made it a little harder.
Anything is possible.
Yeah. But it is very, very interesting. I mean, I'll be doing the Stardom fan club for the first time when those tickets get released. You know what else? I complained about this a little bit last week. Why the fuck does every Japanese promotion have to release most of their like not even just tickets, but like show dates so fucking close to the shows? I don't get it. It's like they can't announce anything until like for December, January, until like October, November.
I've never really thought that through about, especially, well, New Japan's sort of my frame. I just assume a lot of their dates because they do have a really, really consistent schedule when I think about the big shows. Like I could probably lay out the 2026 calendar for New Japan pretty well, like right now. But I guess you're right. They don't necessarily actually announce them until much closer to the actual date.
Yeah, it's just very annoying when you're planning your trips and stuff, because it's like, even with Stardom, you assume it's going to be the 29th because they always do the Ryogoku show on the 29th, but I would still like them to announce it and especially tell me what the ticket prices are going to be so I can start planning for what tickets I want. And
sure.
It's just like they do. And it's like, I don't think asking for that in the middle of July when the show is like 5 months from now is that crazy. But
not when it's one of your biggest events and they're dependent on travel. Well, not dependent, but they know that they're going to have some traveling fans. Same deal with New Japan, I suppose, especially with like the big Ryogokus and G1 final and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it becomes impossible to plan anything around the wrestling until you get to like November, because you never know what the exact dates are going to be. I mean, some of the promotions did a decent job announcing some of the dates, and even Stardom put out their Korakuens through next March, which I really appreciated, because I was able to figure out to stay till January 10th and 11th to see their 2 Korakuens before I went back, because originally I was going to go home like January 7th or something. But it's just very weird to me that they can't just all like get this shit together further out. But I don't know, just the way things.
Well, especially, I mean, we know how buildings are booked in Japan. It's all booked.
Yeah.
I mean,
they just don't announce it.
It's all booked a long, long, long way in advance. So yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is weird, but yeah, I did buy my flights this last week, by the way, so that was like my big thing. So
there you go. Good for you.
Yeah, I was did that nice and early. Got the Japan Airlines. I'm on an Airbus, not a Boeing, which these days is
that's a win.
I know.
That's preferable.
Airbus A350. But yeah, there you go. Although the Boeing, I think the Boeing wide bodies don't have nearly as many problems as their narrow bodies, but I don't know. Peace of mind still. It's like never Airbus's name is never in these fucking headlines. So.
Oh yeah. Boeing, Chicago's own.
Yeah. The G1 Climax. That's the main thing we're going to talk about. Preview the G1 Climax 35, which is coming up about 6 days from now, from when we are recording this. So the first show is on the July 19th, which is Saturday in Hokkaido. So it opens up. You get 2 nights in Hokkaido, July 19th and 20th, Saturday and Sunday. You have the Tuesday, Wednesday, the 22nd, 23rd, which is Sendai and Niigata. Then after another day off, we go to Oda Ward Gym. The 2 major shows, Oda Ward Gym in Tokyo, the 25th and 26th. Then they go straight to Nagoya on the 27th on the Sunday. Then we have 2 days off, Monday and Tuesday, before they go to Osaka on Wednesday the 30th. Thursday off before they go to Kagawa, the Takamatsu show, August 1st on a Friday. Hiroshima, August 2nd. Fukuoka, August 3rd. Monday off before they go back to Osaka again, August 5th. Then another day off before we get the August 7th Korakuen, and then August 8th Yokohama. Then Sunday the 10th in Gunma. I thought there was didn't we say there was a 4-day straight? Did I somehow miss that?
It's 25, 26.
Oh,
20.
20.
Oh, no, that's only 3.
Yeah, I guess there is no 4-day straight. I think it's just 3.
Yeah, that's just 3.
Because July is 30. Because July is 31 days.
Yeah. So it's just the 3 in the row.
Yeah.
I think that's the longest stretch, and it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So at least it sort of makes business sense.
Yeah. But yeah, Yokohama the 8th, Gunma the 10th. Then the Gunma is the first final block night. The Hamamatsu show is the B final block night after 2 days off on Wednesday, the August 13th. And then the 14th at Korakuen is the first tournament night, which will be cool to have the knockout round matches at Korakuen this year. The 16th in Ariake is the semifinal night, and the 17th in Ariake is the final. So Ariake instead of Budokan. People were very confused by this. Didn't it come out they're doing like renovations again or something, I think?
I have not heard that, actually.
Oh, okay.
But I also haven't asked anything about that. I just have been sad about it. Because there's something, even after the reconfiguration, I guess, of the seating at Ryogoku.
About Ryogoku.
That's still a special place for the G1.
Yeah.
And the G1 finals. So, but I am curious now. I wonder what's going on there. I mean, I think they wanted to try that new arena. It's new to them.
Yeah, it's been. I think they built it for the 2020 Olympics. So it's pretty new.
So pretty new. Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, it opened February 3rd, 2020. I've been there, so that's where the Noah show Ariake on January 2nd. 2024. So that was Noah the New Year. And that was the show with the infamous Kota Ibushi versus Naomichi Marufuji.
He looks okay now. He looks like he got himself right.
Yeah. I mean,
yikes.
That was that show. So yeah, not a great show, that show. But yeah, that was the I'm hoping they run the Budokan this coming year instead on the January, so 2025 they run the Budokan, the following year. So I'm hoping since I'm going this time, the Nippon Budokan at this point is like one of the only major venues I haven't been to. So, but yeah, the Ariake arena was cool. It was a cool looking arena. It's a little hard to get to. It's like on that waterfront area of Tokyo, like sort of by where Tokyo Disney is. It's not really that close to downtown. It's like kind of close to Odaiba, so like a little bit out of the way. And this might be the one that was kind of a long walk from the train station too, if I'm remembering correctly. I could be misremembering that part, but I think it was. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would want to go someplace that's like further out right now. If you're New Japan, where you're already having trouble drawing, but
I mean. And for, I would imagine for some folks over there, it's the same. It's like you go just because you go to the G1 final every year, and it's at Ryogoku, and you know the rhythm of it,
Yeah, and Ryogoku is so centrally located,
right?
Too. For people who know Tokyo geography, it's like 2 stops from the Tokyo Dome area where Korakuen is, so it's like really, really.
So I mean, as a fan watching online or watching on New Japan World, like I am disappointed that it won't be kind of that classic feel. I mean, and as the kind of the guy who connects all the dots, I mean, like it's just so neat to look back at all the stuff from the G1 in Ryogoku and have that set of data to work with, to look for interesting trends. And with all these new venues, this whole tournament, I will, I'll be leaning on people's history in different cities and prefectures more than I am in different buildings, which is objectively less fun for me.
Yeah.
So at least, I'll say it. It is. I love the building history. It's a big piece to what I've been able to put together for Sport of Pro Wrestling and for the broadcast team and for the people on the internet. So I find this schedule to be I don't want to go as far as to say depressing, but it's a little less exciting. So I will have to be more creative. So that might actually be fun for me. So we'll see.
Yeah, they're losing.
They
don't have Ideon to run, first of all, because Ideon is closed.
Right.
I'm trying to remember when the fuck it reopens. I want to say like late 2026 or something.
It's
good. I don't know where the fuck Power Struggle is going to be this year. That's very
well, right. It's like Power Struggle, and I feel like I remember New Beginning in Osaka won't be in Edion next year either. Just based on the timeline that I remember.
I don't think it will. I mean, right now as we're talking, Edion 2 is open. Edion 1 is not.
No, that's
and a lot of promotions are running Edion 2 in the next couple months because Edion 2 closes also, I believe. I don't know the exact. I want to say October, November, somewhere in there, and then Ideon 2 is closed for the rest for like whatever period the entire complex is closed for from here on out. So I think it's all of 2026. Originally, they have been talking about like reopening Ideon 1 for like a few months next year, but I don't think that's happening anymore. So I think the entire complex just is closed for the entire year now. So,
yikes.
But yeah, so that part sucks. They're running two different Osaka venues. Yeah. The Yamato Arena, I believe, is the one they ran for like New Japan Cup or something, and that did not look great. And it's also kind of like on the outskirts of Osaka, apparently. This Intex Osaka one is a new one.
Is that so? It's like college.
Let me see where that is. I'm just curious. It's
Maybe
a convention center.
Okay.
It's a convention center, so it's probably another one of these like big bright buildings. Yeah, so it does look like it's connected to a college. Actually, I think you did get that right.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, so it's also like on. Yeah, it's not that okay. So it's closer to downtown than Yamato, I think, but it's still a little bit off the path. So it's like because I can see where like Dontonburi is, and it's like to the. It looks like just to the west on like a little island. So it doesn't look like it's hard to get to anything. There's definitely some train stations nearby, but yeah, it's not quite downtown. Whereas Yamato Arena, I think, is pretty fucking far, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Yamato Arena is like way to the south. It's basically like southwest. So it's like basically no longer in close to like Osaka proper.
Right. It looks like they ran that last year during the G1.
Yeah. Oh, Yamato. No, sorry, not to the south. Yamato is to the north of Osaka. It's closer to, yeah, that's like Kyoto over there. Okay, so it's like to the north of Osaka. So yeah, it's like kind of. It looks like it's kind of out in the suburbs. But
yeah, the tour path follows pretty much the same thing they did last year. But the buildings are a lot of the buildings are different.
Yeah. So you have like some that we've seen a lot. You have obviously Odaward Gym. You have Sendai Sun Plaza, although not the bigger Sendai Arena, which also looks better. I don't know about this Nagaoka one. Do they usually run that? City Hall Plaza, Iori Nagaoka? That doesn't sound familiar to me at all.
No. It's familiar, but it might be in the way that I joke about long venue names in Japan.
Yeah, Nagaoka's in Niigata, by the way. So that's
right.
So they're I think they're doing like 2 shows out in Niigata, basically. Or no, it's just the one show, but it's
and even the first 2 venues are not their primary Hokkaido venues.
Yeah, Kita-Yell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not.
They did New Beginning there last year. They didn't do a New Beginning Sapporo this year, did they?
No.
Yeah.
They just did Osaka.
Yeah.
Port Messi Nagoya is because, again, there's the Dolphins are just gone.
Yeah.
Sun Messe Kagawa, I feel like they run that a lot. That's Takamatsu. which that's out in Kagawa. So that's like the one show that the poor island of Shikoku gets. So that poor forgotten little island. Hiroshima Sun Plaza, they run all the time. Fukuoka Convention Center, they run all the time.
Yeah.
Obviously, Korakuen, Yokohama Budokan. G Meseguma, they run a lot, although I don't know why the fuck they picked that for one of the 2 block finals. It seems like a weird choice.
It's one that it feels like a third round of the New Japan Cup venue.
Yeah, and same thing basically for X City Hamamatsu. That's where I went to the house show this year. That was where the Road to Sakura Genesis house show was I went to. So it is just it's one of those, like, again, brightly lit buildings, one big floor, no other seating besides floor seating. It's way more convenient to get to than the Hamamatsu Arena because it's literally right next to Hamamatsu Station, but it holds less people too. So.
Well, they get the wacky B block final, which you can't. You know, the thing about 3. I mean, I guess we can talk a little bit about tournament structure too, right? Like, we've got 3 from each block going through to a knockout stage, and the thing about
the block finals are not as important.
The block final is the most important matches for third place, so that kind of scales it a little bit, right? So, you know, when I'm looking at these, it's a little less obvious what's happening, but it's also a little less like you've got a main event. You know, even looking at the matches here, like, I don't even know what the main event of this card would be. Even if I was looking at this card traditionally, if these were all for titles or something, I don't know what the main event for this card would be. So, and that's how
obvious one.
That's sort of how the block finals go now, because the most interesting match is the match that's for third place. Which, you know,
and the first place guy gets a bye too, but it's still not.
That's true. But and that is they've done a good job at making that important, but it is almost it's almost always pretty clear how that's going to play out. So, you know, and you know, champion Zack Sabre Jr., you got to figure he's got a shot at that. So, we will see.
But, you know, I like them doing they've never done the tournament matches at Korakuen before, I believe. So that's a cool
Oh, no. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm excited. I am excited for that. I think the vibes will be high for that. But you don't get your first place guy on those.
Because it's B block second versus A block third. The winner faces B block first at Ariake. So again, that first match happens at Korakuen. And then A block second versus B block third. The winner faces B block first in Ariake. So you don't get your first place guys there, but you get the 2 quarterfinal matches. Which Korakuen will be super hot for that at least. But
that should be Korakuen from the rafters.
But then you get the 2 Ariake shows, which will really, I mean, it's a Saturday and Sunday, which will help.
Mm-hmm.
But I am very curious to see how those 2 shows draw. Noah, I guess, to give a comparison point, they drew 5,135 for that show at Ariake in January 2nd, 2024. And I think a lot of that was off of Ibushi, unfortunately for the people there. But, and they also had a lot of people traveling. Like, it was a big show for the travelers that year, even for people who don't watch Noah, because you had Ibushi to appeal to the New Japan fans, and you also had a bunch of New Japan participation too, because you had Zack and Tanahashi run a tag match. The entire House of Torture was in a 10-man tag with Shota Umino and Ryuhei Oiwa on the other side. This is like the very end of Oiwa's Noah. Oh no, not the end yet, actually, of Oiwa's Noah excursion, because he still had a few more months to go. He also had Ishii and Kojima too on the undercard. So a lot of New Japan participation on that show, which I think helped draw both the foreign fans flying in for Wrestle Kingdom. I saw that was by far the show other than Wrestle Kingdom where I saw the most foreigners. And then also a lot of New Japan fans clearly went. So
sure.
But Japanese New Japan fans. But but we'll see what they can draw, I guess, for the G1 semis and finals here. I'm
curious
to see how it compares to Ryogoku.
Yeah, and it also, it adds another variable to, attendance discourse or analyzing. So we'll see.
Yeah, and the tickets are not flying, I will say, so far. I mean, I've been looking, and the let's see what the G1. I just might as well just get the most up-to-date info in case maybe they have suddenly improved or something. In Sapporo, the first night, okay, they've sold out of just front row. Nothing else is sold out yet. The arena stand is a few remaining, so that's not good for a show that's less than a week away. Night 2 looks a lot better. Night 2, front row is sold out. The arena seats and Royal seats 2 through 6 and stand B are all few remaining. So to have 3 categories on few remaining instead of 1 is better. And the arena seats is like the entire floor, basically. So that's, to have a few remaining for that show is doing better. So that's
not bad.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's the cards coming out.
Yeah, the main event of that show is Zach and Gabe, and they have the Taichi Yuya match as the semi-main. Whereas night 1, you have Taichi versus Tanahashi as the main, and Zach Narita as the semi-main. So I think the Tana thing is, like, I think this has kind of been what I'm talking about, because as I talked about, the audio already recorded that people will hear after, confusingly. The Tana thing was not a big draw for Kobe World either. And, like, they did a little bit up from last year, but I think under 100. So, and the Tana thing obviously didn't draw against Gabe Kidd in Tokyo Budokan. The only Tana-related thing that's drawn well recently was Tanahashi Jam, and that had a lot of outsiders, and also what had the added appeal of being the last show at the Dolphins Arena in Nagoya.
Yeah, and it had a world title match.
A world title match, yeah. So that makes me think I don't know, the Tanahashi thing, it doesn't feel that hot. It doesn't really feel like
it doesn't.
Like Zach and Gabe and Taichi and Yuya, I mean, those feel like big matches if you're a New Japan fan. I mean, you're seeing Taichi against Yuya, for the first time ever when they've been allies, like since the moment Yuya came back, and plus you have the hometown appeal with Taichi. And you have Zach and Gabe, which, the world champion versus the global champion, and a rematch from the great G1 match last year. I mean, I get why that's drawing better. I mean, night 2 tends to do better than night 1 in general with New Japan double shots, but
they usually load them up differently though. Yeah.
Yeah, but when I compare those top 2 matches, it's like, so if you're a big Taichi fan, would you rather see him face Tanahashi, who doesn't look great, and the Tanahashi retirement tour almost feels overexposed, or would you rather see him face Yuya Uemura for the first time ever? I kind of get it.
Well, the Tanahashi retirement tour, and I don't know, is it a hot take that it's overexposed? I mean, like, the man is everywhere, which I get. Like, I totally understand it, but it has almost immediately stopped feeling special.
Yeah, they have a lot of work to do to make the dome feel special, I think.
Well, it's got to be something. I don't know what it is. I know nothing. It's got to be something really pretty interesting, you would think. Otherwise, I'm not sure what is happening. I have no read on what is happening at the dome for Tanahashi. And I wish I did. I feel like by now, or by the tail end of the G1, we should have a feel for it. Because you got to figure, they want to fill the dome. And I don't know what they're expecting to fill the dome if we don't know who he's going to wrestle, considering he's wrestling everyone right now.
By the end of the G1, the ticket sales will have really started in full too. So I think that would be not the fan club pre-sale, the general pre-sale. I think will have started.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah. The Sendai show, the night 3, that's looking a little better than last time I checked. Actually, that's front row sold out. Royal seats, second row onwards is few remaining, and second floor reserved is sold out. So that looks okay. First floor and third row reserved, normal availability. So that looks pretty good. That's the Tsuji Uemura main. So that show is doing okay now. The Niigata show, not really doing good. The front row is sold out, and that's it. Just first floor reserved B, few remaining. That show is the Shota versus Zack main event.
No, well,
Oh god, the Wrestle Kingdom rematch, folks. Get your tickets now, apparently. And I'll end with Oda Ward, since that's the only other one that's coming up. Oda Ward, again, night 2 doing better than night 1. Night 2 has 3 categories on few remaining: arena, second floor B, and second floor C. Second floor D and front row sold out. Night 1 just has front row sold out, and arena and D and C on few remaining. So it's actually a little close.
Night 2 is main event is Shingo and Takeshita.
Yeah.
And night 1 is Tanahashi Finlay, which are both very interesting matches for me. But it's Friday, Saturday too, so I don't know that there's much difference there. But yeah.
But those shows look like they're doing okay.
They'll be fine. I'm sure those will go fine.
Yeah.
It does feel like they prioritize the day of the week better than they have been in recent years. The
tournament Korakuen is already sold out, by the way.
Okay, well, good.
Yeah,
that'll be great. That'll be a great show. Yeah. The last 3 nights of this will be good pro wrestling for sure. I think the whole tour will, but
actually the other Korakuen might be sold out too now. Because that didn't say end of sale, but I clicked on it. It says end of. I mean, they might be moving tickets around sites. Maybe that one. Like I think it seems like the Korakuen, the August 14th one is completely sold out. Like I guess they're saying they're not going to get any tickets back in. Whereas the August 7th one, I guess they might still get tickets back in from like moving them around.
Yeah, it looks like August 7th. What's that? That's Yumura Oiwa and Tsuji Finlay.
Yeah, so that's at least
a good show.
It's either gonna sell out or it has sold out.
Yeah, it's a Thursday, but it's Thursday in summer. It should be okay.
Yeah. The Ariake, nothing to say there yet. That's interesting. The Arena A, well, there's a lot cheaper tickets. Okay. Yeah, the Arena A is few remaining for the first night, not this final. And the Royal Seat front row is sold out. Now they want 100,000 yen for Royal Seat front row for night 2, and that's not sold out yet. It's only a few remaining. Royal Seat second row, few remaining, and nothing else for the other categories. Whereas Arena A is few remaining on night 1. So interestingly, the night 1's doing slightly better than night 2. So, but that's also because like I said, they really jacked up the ticket prices night 2.
Interesting.
Like Royal Seat's front row goes from 30,500 yen to 100,000 yen. Rows 2 through 5 goes from 15,500 yen to 50,000 yen for second row, 30,000 yen for rows 3 through 5. And even Arena A goes from 13,500 yen to 20,500 yen. So,
So they're counting on the final to do something.
So, anyway, that's your ticket update. We'll see how things go. It looks a little better than it did last time I checked, I will say.
That's good. Yeah. I mean, that's probably, what cards came out on Monday. So, I don't know when you recorded that episode. I assume before then. So, maybe that's helpful.
Yeah. I mean, I think that second night in Sapporo looks like it was helped. I think people are probably into the Taichi.
Well, yeah.
And Zach and Gabe. So,
or just Taichi.
Yeah. Oh, that's true, because we didn't know until that's true too.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a good transition actually. So we'll go wrestler by wrestler here. I'm going to just use the order that we have them in on our preview docs, because Jay Michael and I are working on a preview show. So shout out to Jay Michael, our preview article, I should say. So shout out to Jay Michael, but those should be out later this week on voicesofwrestling.com if you want a written preview. But yeah, he basically put the champions at the top of the block, and after that went in like order of seniority. So we have Taichi at the top here, the one half the IWGP Tag Team Champions, his 6th time in the G1, and his first since 2023 when he got knocked out last year in the qualifier tournament by Bolton Oleg. So without Taichi, because obviously Taichi, some people heard me crash out about Taichi not being in the G1 on the Dominion Review episode, Taichi and Hiromu really, because I thought it was so fucking ridiculous. Like, you lose all these popular guys and then you don't put one of your most popular guys in the tournament. It's very bizarre. Like, do you want people to react to these matches or not? Well, in hindsight, I think this was kind of the plan all along. Because there's a lot of rumors about whether or not the Goto injury is even legit. And obviously then we had this incredible story that came out of nowhere about Goto getting cast as E Honda in the Street Fighter movie. So that may have something to do with why he actually needs to miss the G1. I haven't seen that confirmed anywhere, but like, could it be as simple as like he needs to fucking gain weight for that role.
Oh yeah, maybe
because he's gonna play a fucking sumo. He doesn't look like a sumo,
right? So I don't know. I didn't know anything about that. But my understanding is that it's not filming yet. But there may be some prep that needs to happen, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's gonna.
I don't know. Just like that story coming out so quickly after that made me think they had to be related. But
yeah, it feels like a stretch though. But that feels like a stretch just based on how New Japan works, right? To announce him for the G1, and then pull him without it being at least some form of a legitimate injury feels unlikely. That's just based on what they just don't work injuries like that. Not at that level. But the Taichi thing feels like it feels like Taichi has been talking like he feels like he knew he was going to end up in the tournament.
Yeah.
So there's something there. I will admit that there's something there.
Maybe they figured it out after the G1 announcement, but before the first qualifier.
Mm-hmm. Possibly.
So that's the only other thing I can think of. So they had Taichi lose. I don't know. But it just all played out too perfectly with Taichi losing that match to Callum. He's talking about how, I guess the G1 doesn't need Taichi again. He's getting all sad boy again. Mm-hmm. And then they announced that last chance gauntlet because Goto's not going to be in it. And, it plays out in one of the greatest New Japan moments of the entire year. A match that Dave Meltzer gave 5 stars specifically to the Taichi Ishii portion. Just a great, outstanding match. Not one I've talked about yet on the podcast, I don't think. And, once they do a little teaser Chase Owens, they have him eliminate Kojima via bullshit. They have Taichi come out and get help from Ishii to send this guy packing. And then the two of them go out there and just fucking tear the house down to decide the last participant. And, I never really felt like Ishii was going to get in over Taichi, given that obviously Ishii had more important things to do, like hanging out with the Rizzler. So
he's sleeping on my couch behind me. He's here for the Chicago residency. I assume he's going to be in Chicago for a month.
Yeah. I mean, look, the guy, I think I called it on the preview, like his annual spelunking for US dollars. And I don't even mean that as an insult or anything. It's just like, go get the money, I guess. I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah. I mean,
those US dollars are worth a lot of yen. So
go get paid. Yeah. No judgment.
Yeah. So he's got things to do. But on the way out, though, he puts over Taichi. So he puts over Taichi and puts him in this tournament. And, they go back so super far, all the way to Black Saints, as they let Chris Charlton likes to remind us every time he calls one of their matches. But yeah, it's I think it's the way it all worked out, I think is really cool. It makes this block. I understand people love Goto, so I'm not trying to tell you you're wrong if you're upset that Goto's not in this tournament. But Goto has been such a main character of New Japan this year that I think replacing him with Taichi is fine, because Taichi brings a totally different element to the tournament in general, and especially the A block. And he has so many natural stories in this block. I mean, I was trying to pick 2 matches for each guy that I was most interested in. And for Taichi, it was really difficult because he has, he has the 5 guys explodes matches with Sonata and Yuya, possibly the only interesting Sonata match in the entire tournament, or maybe one of two at most,
or just ever.
And he has the history with Tanahashi, where they met pretty early on in Taichi's heavyweight run. He's barely ever interacted with David Finlay. They only had 1 meeting before this. He's got fresh matches with Oleg Bolton. They've only met once. Evil, he's only even faced once. Callum Newman, he's only faced once. Oiwa, he's faced twice, and I assume probably both when he was a young lion. I mean, just, there's so much there. But, the 2 matches I ended up highlighting was he's facing, obviously the Yuya match we were just talking about is in Sapporo, night 2, the semi-main event on July 20th. Just the fact that they've been joined at the hip basically since the moment Yuya got back to Japan, and he's basically been like Taichi's hype man, or he's been Yuya's hype man. Just makes this so much more interesting, and both guys are going to go all out for that match. So that's like, I think that's my most anticipated match in the entire like block stage. I mean that's one I cannot wait for. And their only other meeting was when Uemura was a young lion. So,
right.
The other one I did highlight, the only thing that's coming against it is it's in one of these like lesser buildings in Takamatsu. But night 9, August 1st, he's facing Yota Tsuji. And that's another, like, technically they've wrestled before, but Tsuji was a young lion at the time match, where it's basically a first time match. And besides the fact that I just love both wrestlers, it's Taichi up against like the survivor of LIJ, basically, like the last protege of one of his career rivals in Naito. So that does interest me a lot of it, for just my personal interest reasons. So
it's also, I mean, I do find it interesting that Taichi landed himself in the block with the two people that have eliminated him in these play-ins or tournaments, right?
Yeah.
So Bolton last year knocked Taichi out, and then Newman technically knocked out Taichi this year before that last chance. So
yeah.
So that's, I mean, there's so many things. I hate to conspiracy theorize here, but like there are a lot of different reasons why Taichi makes more sense in this block than almost anyone else.
He has Callum and Korakuen.
And then you look at night 1, main event versus Tanahashi in Hokkaido. I mean, like that's, so Taichi gets his Tanahashi match because everyone gets one apparently. But Taichi gets his Tanahashi match in the perfect place on the perfect night. It feels like as the first alternate, he had a lot of stories working in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like it's all set up really well for him. And you mentioned the two guys who knocked him out. This is what makes me think he might not even be like, like a dark horse to make the tournament, like as third place maybe. He has the two guys who knocked him out as his last two matches.
Oh, interesting.
He has Callum Newman, night 13, August 7th at Korakuen, which the crowd should be going crazy for that.
Yeah.
And then he has Bolton, the man who knocked him out last year, night 15 in Gunma.
Oh, that's
the last A block night.
Oh,
so
that's good booking, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And Bolton's a champ. Bolton's never champ.
Yeah.
So you got to figure he's in the mix on that last night too.
Yeah. So I don't know. He's a dark horse guy to sneak into the tournament, I think.
Absolutely.
I don't think he's gonna,
absolutely.
I don't think he's gonna win the fucking G1 or anything, as much as I'd love that. But I think he definitely could be like,
he should
sneak in as third place.
He should.
Yeah.
He should.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm looking at this list, and there's some good wrestlers on this list, and there's some featured acts. Don't get me wrong, but he's an interesting enough story that it feels like he should sneak his way in. He should be that guy that sneaks in, and then bounce him in the knockouts. That's fun. But he should beat Bolton and go after the Never title.
Yeah.
Again, right? I mean,
and there's a lot of guys in B block I'd like to see him against too in that knockout match.
Yeah,
and
that
could do
3 versus 2 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, like you could put Takeshita through as to be second place and have Takeshita beat him. That would be awesome. You could put maybe Zach finish second instead of first, and you do Zach Taichi again, which was a great match
in Korakuen.
Yeah, in Korakuen. You could do Shingo Taichi again. But I mean, those would be really Gabe Kidd again. They have such an awesome match in New Japan Cup. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities there. So
yeah, I mean, Taichi's probably the most interesting wrestler in the A block, just because also like booking wise, you just aren't sure where they're headed with him. Yeah. So it is sort of this wild card, which can be a little more fun. You don't really know that he's going to be protected, but you don't think he's going to be buried either. So yeah, I think he's going to be the guy to watch, I think, in the A block.
Yeah.
And he's not overexposed.
No, not at all.
Not by his own choice, I don't think.
Yeah. Next we have Bolton Oleg Bolton, however you want to say it. Never open weight champion. So he enters this tournament. He went 4-5 last year. This is his second entry. He's been such a weird spot all this time where he's like, he had that long run as like technically a young lion, but really not.
And never losing. He lost
Never
one
losing.
match as a young lion, and it was to Zack Sabre Jr. for the TV title in a replacement match when someone got COVID.
But he never felt like he quite broke through the next level either.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was like Mr. Never 6-man titles for a long time. But then suddenly the G1 last year, they give him the makeover. He has the baby blue tights and he's bars.
He won the tournament to get in.
He won the tournament to get in. He beats Takeshita during the G1.
Mm.
The problem I think with his booking this year is it felt like they just did so little to follow up between the two Takeshita matches this year. Like I felt like he had no momentum heading into that Dominion title shot where, obviously they knew he was winning. So it just felt weird to me they didn't do anything to build him up really to get him ready for that. So that was one of the big booking failures among many of them so far this year. He enters this tournament. I don't know. Do you remember the year Juice Robinson won the U.S. title? And right before the G1, I guess in San Francisco, and everybody's like, "Oh, is this his year?" And then he just kind of did nothing.
Yeah,
I kind of worry about that with Bolton. I don't know if he's going to have like a big tournament after that. I feel like he might just lose a bunch of matches.
Sure, I think Jay Michaels probably got it in the preview, but we were talking about each championship as it enters the G1, and the Never champ averages like 11 points. So, what are Bolton's 5 wins? I think that's kind of the question. And that's sort of where I would imagine him to land too. He's got a lot of his first match ever was at the Tokyo Dome 2023 against Oiwa. It was an exhibition. And then his subsequent first couple of matches were also against Oiwa. So that's that's the match that I would highlight personally. When I'm looking at his schedule, because I think Oiwa finally gets a win. I don't think Oiwa has beaten him. They did a bunch of time limit draws. Then Bolton beat Oiwa on the undercard of the G1 final, one of the last nights of the G1 in 2023. And then they've essentially been apart since then. So maybe Oiwa gets a win, sets up a Never thing.
Did you say when it's night 2? I don't know if you said when it happened. But...
Oh, I didn't say that. No, yeah.
Yeah, so it's night 2 in Hokkaido, July 20th. Yeah.
Right. So it's kind of a featured night too. So, when people are still paying attention. So yeah, I think more than anything, his tournament is going to be about setting up whatever he's going to be doing in the fall or whoever he's going to be defending the Never against.
Now, here's an idea I want to throw out that I put in my written preview. I don't think he's going to move on to the knockout stage or anything. But if you want to give him a tiny chance as a dark horse to do it, what if you put it as a direction for him for the Dome? Aaron Wolf needs a first match.
Sure.
You have Bolton retain the title all the way to the Dome and Aaron Wolf gets the title shot in his first match as the big hook?
I think they could probably work that out, but I feel like the Aaron Wolf thing, they're going to do this like 3-minute exhibition match thing. Do you think? I don't know. Yeah,
that's a good question.
He's pretty featured. He's a big deal.
Yeah.
No matter what people say, he's a big deal. So maybe they're going to roll him heavy, but Never. I feel like if you're going big, you have to go bigger than the Never title.
Yeah, I was just thinking like it's a big deal to say, it's his very first match. He's challenging for a title,
and similar some similarities in background and style.
Yeah, I mean him and Okan are the two that make the most sense for me because of this thing. That's the background up, and Okan's another guy that can probably just lose without it being a big deal.
Well, it's sort of what happens. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would start Wolf off with the Never title, though. I think that's the only thing that holds me up from thinking about that. Okay.
I thought it could be a good hook. But
I don't think you start him off with the world title either. I think he's, a guy like that you really want to establish. I think you'd probably go global. So that's sort of where my brain's at, but I hear you. I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking of like putting a card in my head together. I was thinking something like, whatever Tanahashi's doing, whatever the world title match is going to be, which if I was going to get my way, I would have Takeshi to win the G1, win the title from Zack in like October, and do Takeshi and Tsuji. And then the global title match, which you could go anywhere with that. You could do Gabe and Zack. You could do Gabe. I don't know who else would make sense for that. You could do Gabe and Taichi. You could do Gabe and Uemura. You could do Gabe and Finlay.
I mean, I would love to see this year's Wrestle Kingdom being all about the next generation.
Yeah.
And Tanahashi, right? Like, it's like really the torch passing, not with a Tanahashi match necessarily, because I think that's going to be something potentially completely out of left field. But I would like to see every one of the title matches featuring one of these kind of next generation guys. But
yeah, then like I said, then never Wolf and Bolton. Yeah. So I don't know. Just like I thought of it. Some other highlight matches I thought of for Bolton. I wanted to highlight against Evil on night 13, just because they've never wrestled before, and I kind of can't even picture that one in my head. Like this very straight ahead guy against the King of Darkness doing everything, and it's in Korakuen where Evil tends to get his best reactions, and the House Torture tends to get their best reactions in general. So I don't know. It just feels like that could be kind of an interesting one. And then Oleg, I already mentioned this before for the Taichi one, but he has Taichi on last night. So the rematch from the end of the qualifier tournament last year on August 10th. Hiroshi Tanahashi. This is his 23rd entry, also his first since 2003. He's our first winner we're talking about. He won in 2007, 2015, and 2018. He lost in the final in 2004, 2010, 2013, and lost in the semifinals in 2007 and 2009. His last few runs, he's went 3-4 and 3-3 when we had 4 blocks in those 2 years in 2022 and 2023. His last run in a nine match tournament, he went 4-5 3 years in a row. 2019 and 2021 after he won 7-1 and won it in 2018. So yeah, just a lot of I don't expect him to get too many wins here, but the big question with Tanahashi is like, can he physically do this?
Will he survive? He has 5 main events.
Yeah,
5 main events.
That is crazy.
My question is, do you think Hiroshi Tanahashi gets 3 wins? Because right now in his career, Hiroshi Tanahashi has 97 G1 Climax tournament match wins. Do you think he gets 3 wins?
I think you can find him 3 wins.
I think you find him 3 wins.
Evil or Sonata. You could have him be one of those 2. Callum could lose to him probably. That'd be fine.
Yeah.
And Oiwa.
Does he get a win back over Bolton after last year?
That could be too. Yeah. But he could also beat somebody with an inside cradle or something too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
You think Taichi wins on night 1?
I think so.
I think so too. Yeah. I'm looking at my pick'em right now. I think Taichi wins. Speaking of G1.sportiveprowrestling.com. Yeah.
I gotta do mine.
I do wonder. I wonder if he gets 3. That's what I'm watching for Tanahashi in my world, is like the countdown to his 100th G1 win, because he'll be the only person that ever does that, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And I would love for it to happen, but I would also love a run where he loses until the last night, like a Hanma run. But
his last night opponent's Evil, so that'd be good. Yeah.
That would be it. So there's a chance that that's the booking too. And that feels fun, but
loses every match and then takes out Evil and
and like knocks him out, right? Like that feels like good fun too. But I would love to see that 100th win, 100th G1 win, which is also just insane. He's wrestled 172 G1 matches. By the end of the tournament, he'll be in the 180s, and that's way more than anybody else.
I don't see any chance of him getting to the tournament.
No.
Some people be like, "Oh, he's gonna win." I'm like,
well, I could see him being in play on that last night, but then you've got to have Evil knock him out, which, heat, brother. But it would be it wouldn't be how I would book it, I guess, is what I'm saying. Unless Evil's his last match unless that's the Wrestle Kingdom thing, Hantai versus House of Torture. If they're really gonna draw that out that long, and that's gonna be Tanahashi's big story, but that feels like a mistake.
Yeah. The matches I circled for him besides his final match against Evil, Night 5, July 25th at Oda Ward, he has David Finlay in the main. As we mentioned earlier, they've never wrestled each other's singles match, which is fucking crazy to me.
That blows my mind. It blew my mind when
Finlay's been there since like 2011.
It's wild. And then I think it through, and it's like, well, I just feel like in one of the tournaments they would have crossed paths.
Yeah.
Not even like a big story thing.
Yeah, it's so weird.
It is. I mean, that's a wild one.
It's their first ever match.
Yeah.
The other two first ever matches, Callum and Oyo, which those make more sense than Finlay, which is like, what the fuck? So Oyo was one of the other matches I circled. That's in Nagoya, another main event for Tanahashi, where he's going to face Oyo for the first time. So I feel like those two are like, I don't want to say they're similar guys. Like probably the most similar guy to Tanahashi is Uemura, but like, Oyo's got that kind of a little bit of clean cut appeal to him, so it kind of makes sense. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see them go up against each other. I mean, they wrestled in the didn't they face in the Tanahashi Jam main?
I don't. Who was in that?
I want to say it was Tana and Marufuji against Kaito and Oiwa. I think
Kaito Oiwa. Yeah, that sounds right.
I remember that match was good. So, that's.
Oh yeah, that match was fun.
Yeah, so we'll see what the singles match looks like now.
Does that show up on New Japan World yet? I don't think it is.
I don't think so.
I feel like someone would.
If you're listening to this, you can listen. You can watch it. You just got to look a little bit, but it's out there.
Yeah,
so.
I feel like your listener base has watched it.
Yeah, probably.
That would be my bet. If they wanted to, they found it.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect.
I kind of enjoyed having a hunt for that one. I'm not gonna lie.
It was like a throwback, right?
It was. I felt I'm so nostalgic for the hunt where you're like, oh, the title change. I got to find this show, and then you get out there.
It was crazy how good that match was, given I was spoiled for it and everything.
It was so good. I'm actually. It made me totally come down from being upset about the situation and honestly a little bit about the booking, and then I got mad again because I was like, how do you take this away from us?
Yeah.
So, but I mean, that match is great. I don't. It's hard. I will remember it. And in my rewatch, as I look at like match of the year, like I think it's gonna land itself pretty high. Good crowd too.
It was a great crowd. Yeah. Then we have Evil, his 10th consecutive year, his 10th entry. He went to the semifinals in 2023. He has not had a losing year since he turned. His last year, he had 2 losing years in 2016 and 2019, so those were both before the turn. He went 4-5 in both of them. He was 6-3 in 2020, finished in 2nd in his block. 7-2 in 2021, finished 3rd in his block. He did finish 3-3 in 2022, so that's the weakest he's done since turning. 5-2 in 2023, which was the year he went all the way to the semifinal before he lost to Okada. And then 2024, he went 5-4. So last year. Obviously, I think he has to be a contender to go to the tournament. I think that's very. I wouldn't necessarily put him as like one of my picks, but he'll probably be in play right up until the end.
Yes, and that's just the playbook.
Yeah, he has 3 first-time matches here: Oleg, Uemura, and Oiwa. But I didn't choose any of those as the highlight matches for him. I mean, none of those really stand out to me besides the Oleg one, which I already picked for Oleg. So, one of his big standout matches obviously has to be the Sonata match.
Sure,
because they're in the same unit now. I feel like it's been kind of weird having them back in the same unit. Like no one's really talked about it.
And they haven't done much together besides like
Yeah.
big tags,
So I don't know if I should read into that as like they don't want to reunite them as a tag team, so they're trying not to talk about it, or if it's going to be a real story point and Sonata's there to take over leadership, which I could see.
Really?
I could see it. I mean, couldn't you see it?
So then what does Evil do?
I guess he goes back to being a face finally.
He's so good at this, though.
Yeah.
People are going to hate me for saying that. Someone's going to hate me for saying that. He's so good. Like, if anyone's got to do it, it should be him. Like, he's very good at it. I don't know.
I mean, I think people. This is where I've always been Evil House Torture apologist, and I will say, I think people are way too hard on him because they don't like the unit and they don't like other people's matches. Like, he is not responsible for Yujiro Takahashi,
right? And
he is not responsible for like, whatever you think of Sho or Kanemaru not trying anymore, or Narita never really panning out. Although I think Narita's had his moments this year too, honestly.
Or Chase Owens.
Chase Owens now. I mean, Evil Fale. When Evil goes in there and does his thing, I am generally entertained. I mean, I liked the match with Tsuji at Sakura Genesis. I've had he had like one of my favorite I would almost say like comedy matches in New Japan history against Shingo Takagi a couple of years ago. I think that was also Sakura Genesis. Or was that King of Pro Wrestling? It was one of the Ryogoku shows.
It was one of the yeah.
Which that match was so fucking funny.
Well, like Shingo's an underrated comedy wrestler too.
Yeah. I mean, his facial reactions are great.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think he's actually good at this. I mean, he is good at. Evil is funny. He has that ridiculous laugh. He had that I tried to do before and probably failed. And his work in between the interference is usually pretty good. I mean, he does some cool lariats. He can beat people up well. I mean, I generally like his matches. I mean, I think people are too hard on him because they either don't want interference in New Japan at all, which, okay, let's keep that same energy for AEW is what I always say, or they just, maybe quite rightly don't like the unit in general and think other people's matches are bad, but they take that on Evil too much. I think I really don't think Evil's bad. So. That's my Evil apologist rant.
And for most of this time, since 2020, since he was in the when he held the title, since then he's been really well slotted. I mean, like always a threat, but never really getting anywhere too important. But he sends us all into a tizzy every now and then that we can't believe that this is what they're gonna do or whatever. But either way, I mean, like he's a good foil in a big tournament like this. It's perfect. Yeah. And you know where this is headed. It's headed to some sort of meaningful match with Tanahashi on that last block night. And maybe that's Tanahashi's only win. Maybe there's a story to be had there.
And maybe Evil wins it and gets to the playoffs, but I mean, they're just going to lose in the quarterfinal probably.
Right. Yeah. Because he's going in, he'll go through as number 3 potentially.
Yeah.
And then get bounced by one of the baby faces in B Block.
Yeah.
In all likelihood. So yeah, I mean, I feel like I talk about this in the lead up to all the tournaments. Don't panic. Enjoy it. Let it all happen. And if you ever see Evil in a G1 final, I'll be surprised. Now someone's going to clip that in about a month when he's headed into Ariake Arena, but I just don't really see a path towards it.
Yeah, he made the semifinals once. That feels like a ceiling.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, he has Sonata night 3 in Sendai. That's third from the top, which just heel versus heel. Evil Sonata is that's going to be something.
And I feel like House of Torture has always been so small that has there been a House of Torture match? G1 match?
I don't think so.
I feel like I'm the guy that should know that, but I mean,
it would not have wrestled. I don't think Evil wrestled Narita, did they? I think they were in different blocks.
It probably would have been.
Let's see,
Yujiro in one of the really, but they had four. But they had 4 blocks those years.
Okay, so Narita. Let's start with Narita.
Yeah, that's the most likely.
They've never wrestled a singles match, as far as I can tell. Actually, no, I might be searching that wrong. Let me just do this one more time. Okay, Evil and Narita, 1-on-1. They've wrestled in a singles match in the New Japan Cup in 2023. That would have been before his turn.
And he's never had a singles with Yujiro.
He's never had a singles with Yujiro. Okay.
I think, as long as I spelled that right.
Yeah. And so Sonata wasn't in it until now. The rest of the unit's all juniors. I mean,
everyone else. And the unit, like
Jack
I said, the unit...
Perry was not in the G1.
And the unit was small.
Yeah.
Now it's not, but different story. Yeah, so there's never been, I mean, and that definitely wouldn't have happened in a New Japan Cup. So there haven't been many, what does Chris Charlton call them? House of Torture derbies.
I imagine it's going to look like those really old Bullet Club derbies where both guy acts like they're going to lay down.
Going to lay down and da-da-da. Yeah. But with Sonata, I mean, Sonata's so Sonata. Like, there's just no oomph to that. It's not like even Chase, Chase can play off the, like, I'm the dopier heel guy. So yeah, I'm curious to see where that goes. That's it. I mean, it's just an interesting match anyway.
Yeah. So
just all their history and stuff,
Yeah, and I mentioned we already talked about the Tanahashi one that I put as their highlight match on the final night, August 10th.
Yeah, circle that one. It's gonna mean something.
Then we have Sonata. I guess here you go. Transition right to him. His 10th year, his 10th consecutive year. He did go to the finals in 2020, but last year he went 4-5 and did not go anywhere, which basically set up his turn to join the War Dogs at first later in the year. But the year before, in 2023, he went 7-0. Who can forget that? Sonata won. Beating every single young wrestler in the company.
2023's G1. I know J. Michael just wants to throw it into a river. It's just this anomaly. 22 and 23, but 23 specifically because they changed the time limits and the size of the blocks and all that. The time limit thing is what threw me off. I think the size of the blocks is what throws J. Michael off. But man, who could forget? When you think they're going to set up all these young guys with some sort of interesting story, and really all they had was Sonata holding the title to spin the wheels of the company for an entire year. And now
Naito could do his roll call.
Yeah, and now you've got Sonata Jarrett Jr. Jeff Sonata Jarrett.
Why? I don't know. The whole thing is so weird. Like, they spent that entire year. I mean, I don't know. Because there were times where I felt like the push was working, and then after that G1, it just never worked again.
And it didn't. It was that G1 that really showed that it wasn't working.
Yeah,
I think.
Like, the G1 was where it really started going down, and then he has that terrible feud with Evil into King of Pro Wrestling. And then he just spends the entire Naito feud refusing to say anything by his own admittance because he knows Naito can own him up on the mic, which is such a weird thing to do.
Yeah.
And then he loses to Naito, and they try to save face for him by having him save Naito when Evil tries to
yeah.
again.
And then they give him another match.
He loses again, and then that's like it. I mean, basically at that point he's hurt, he works through it. He has the Finley match for the Global and loses. He has this G1 where he goes 4-5, and then he does the turn. So, I just incredibly weirdly booked guy, and it just I don't know. I mean, that's where he is, and now he's just a kind of a joke. And the thing everybody wants to see is what wacky outfits he'll wear. I mean,
which, hey,
that's something.
Do you think he's got 9 wacky outfits? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just very, it's just very sad because I thought it was working at one point, and I understand the impetus to like set up some kind of like bridge guy basically, but it didn't work.
Right.
Just look at this Naito headline that popped up. It says, Naito, there are absolutely no options in Japan at the moment. Okay.
Huh.
I guess I don't know if he's saying that he absolutely will not wrestle anywhere in Japan. I'm going to have to translate this article, but interesting.
Breaking news.
Yeah, he's talking. He did one of these Tokyo Sports interviews he always does with his buddy over there, Okamoto, and I guess he's explaining why he's wrestling, in the UK. But yeah, let me just see what it says. But yeah, the Sonata thing is it's very weird. I mean, it just doesn't. It feels like he's just nothing right now, and that's also what makes me wonder if he's eventually going to take over the top heel role from Evil. But because doesn't he feel too low now for a former world champion? I don't know if I'm reading. Is it just that they've lost all faith in him? I think. Don't know.
I think it's that, and he had some injuries that he was working through and not disappearing for. I think.
Right, can I give some breaking Naito news here?
Yeah, go for it.
I don't think he said that. Okay, so the Naito and Bushi will make their in-ring debut as free agents of Revolution Pro. That's on July 25th. They're also planning a tour across the U.S. wrestling scene from August through September.
Whoa.
Yeah, so they.
What U.S. wrestling scene?
That's a great question. But yeah, it's very interesting. He just did a talk show in Fukuoka. That was the second talk show with 400 fans. Naito, who remains one of the most charismatic and overwhelmingly popular wrestlers in the industry, currently has no matches scheduled in Japan, so why prioritize overseas shows for now? He explained, I wanted to visit places that never had the chance to see a Naito match before, and while doing that, I'll decide what comes next. Right now, I'm not even considering domestic promotions. Of course, if an offer comes in, I'll think about it, and maybe once I start wrestling again, those feelings will return, and I'll end up appearing for a Japanese company before the year is out. But yeah. It says he recalled how tough he was to learn there were fans in Costa Rica, where he first wrestled in 2019 when he left New Japan. It seems he's currently focused on doing things he couldn't do during his New Japan years. Another interest has been the loss of his iconic New Japan entrance theme Stardust due to rights issues. Their new entrance song is nearly complete. It'll be called El Comienzo, meaning this is where it begins. Yeah. So there you go.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think that's pretty much all the news. But yeah, the American thing is actual news, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know where that'll probably MLW. Trying to think who else would use him.
I mean, you've got companies like Defy that might end up West Coast Pro and Hog.
I assume AEW wouldn't use him, but who knows?
I don't know.
Use Ibushi.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that would be. I mean,
it would be odd timing though with Forbidden Door.
Yeah, that's
true. Maybe they mean after Forbidden Door.
But if he's going to pop up in AEW,
yeah,
that's hard. That would be tough to believe. That's a weird situation because he could have worked AEW working for New Japan.
Yeah,
I mean, look at Ishii. I mean, I guess it's a little harder to do with someone like Naito.
Because they need him to draw.
Right. But in turn, I mean, if the option is let him go work AEW and get some AEW paychecks or lose him completely, you probably let him go work AEW, And maybe that's the story with Ishii, for all we know. But I mean, the indie scene in America is not awful, but it's not great. So it would be.
If he would wrestle House of Glory would be by May. I wonder if he'd do that.
Yeah, I mean, the House of Glory is bringing in Ricochet.
Yeah.
So they've, they're sort of back on the radar these days.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to go to that. But I never go to indie shows over here, so
I would imagine you would want to pop in for that. Yeah,
it's funny because I go to all these shows in Japan and I just never go to live wrestling in America.
Yeah, and then I'm thinking about Chicago. Like Chicago's got freelance and AAW, but they don't usually bring in big time fly-ins.
Yeah. I remember Naito
not
did
anymore.
that one. He did that random like Midwest Indie tour right after he lost the title match in 2018. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So maybe he still has some connections from that. I don't know.
I feel like all those guys are out already. Like, I mean, there's like, what was it? Probably like Black Label Pro and like that type of stuff. I don't know if Naito worked there, but like the Midwest indie scene there was Warrior, which was always questionable. They're kind of back doing something different, but then you've got Freelance and AAW. AAW is great, as is Freelance, but they don't typically bring in big fly-ins. Like that. AAW used to. They don't anymore. It's rare to see AAW bring in that type of guy, but they used to do all sorts of stuff. But that's not where they're at right now. So I wouldn't anticipate him showing up around Chicagoland. But I would love it if he did. I would pop in for that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We'll say. I mean, I would love to know. Like, here's what I want to know. He's not closing the door on going to Japan somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Will I see him when I go to Japan?
You would imagine by then he's probably doing something, or at least doing something during that week.
Like Naito Ozawa just feels so obvious to me. But I feel like they would be teasing it already.
And so you'd have to sign him.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
well, if you want to,
I don't know.
If
he wants to be this like premium freelancer,
I mean, that would be the match to book.
Absolutely.
I just don't know if you could get it done, especially because he probably won't lose. So I don't know if do you want to have Ozawa lose to Naito? Probably not. Especially if he's not going to stick around.
Sure.
Could All Japan afford to book him for the December 31st Yogi show? Maybe. Who would they put him against? Again, is the question. Like Naito versus Jun Saito would be a big match, but like again, do you want to job Jun to him? I don't know.
Davey Boy Smith.
I hope not. Naito,
he'd do it.
You could do it. DDT, Naito versus Daisuke Sasaki would be fun, but again, do you want to? I mean, Daisuke could lose. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, I'm trying to think what else. Fucking great. I mean, they're about to lose Shima apparently. Like Shima's going freelance, so that promotion's really on death's door.
Well, and they keep having troubles with people that they have.
Yeah,
guys just often quitting and running around,
and I feel like the Tranquilo Pro stuff has died down. So
yeah, I haven't heard anything about that in a while, or even murmurs of it. Dragongate.
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, Naito versus Shun Skywalker would be a big match.
Fun.
But again,
sounds fun to me.
You need to get him to lose because you don't want to have Shun lose to him. I don't know. It's good. That's all a good question. I mean, Naito's not like a super tall guy or anything, but he's still, he's
a bigger guy.
He's a bigger guy, so he would make some of those Dragon Gate guys look really tiny. Shun is one of the only ones.
Shun's the guy who. You'd have to put him in the ring with Shun.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm just like, I don't know. I mean, I sort of see what he's saying in the interview though, where it's like, if you can't do the Ozawa match in Noah, is anything else, and New Japan is closed for now, does anything else look exciting? I guess I get why he's saying no. Because like, what's exciting about like All Japan?
Yeah.
In the current state. I mean, there's really nothing else going on.
Yeah, unless you're bringing him in for a full run.
Like the most exciting promotion in Japan right now is a women's promotion. So
right.
I mean, the one that's getting the most mainstream attention for sure too.
Mm-hmm.
So like that, obviously he's not going to go to Stardom. So I mean, like can't do Naito versus Saya. I mean, so
probably be great though.
It'd probably be great. But yeah, I mean, that's just the reality, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess the CMLL thing is closed to him because of New Japan. I guess because he's not even talking about that.
You would think. So. I mean, and that would be really fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a strong CMLL. CMLL and New Japan's a very strong relationship.
Yeah,
they don't step on each other's toes.
Whereas you could totally see AEW being like, "Yeah, we're gonna book him. You guys don't like it, fuck off." Because they did that with Ibushi. But CMLL is not going to do that probably.
I wouldn't imagine. I would be stunned.
Yeah.
A lot of cool stuff he could do there, though.
Yeah. And like the other Mexico option is like AAA, who's now WWE.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe IWRG, I guess. Could they afford it though?
Yeah, right. And what's he asking? I don't. That's a good question too.
Yeah.
So I mean, he'll draw. People show up for him, but he's bringing Bushi too.
And Bushi.
Have they said what he's doing in Rev Pro?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I pay zero attention to Revolution Pro. So
I get all my news from Rev Pro from Ian Hamilton in the
wrestling. Like I listen to their most recent show because they have that new Ian has a new show on the Voice of Wrestling podcast network. So I did listen to their most recent show because I wanted to hear what they said about the 30 under 30. The lack of UK people on it, but yeah, I didn't actually see, anything else.
I don't think they've announced.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 25th also has Mercedes Monet. That's right, because she's on the card.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I see young guys versus grizzled young guns versus grizzled young veterans. I mean, it'd be nice if they fucking had a website where you could just look up the matches, but they don't, because I just went to the website and they don't do that. They just don't have any matches listed there. You have to go to their Twitter and scroll basically to find anything. But I'm not seeing anything besides that one match I just said. So yeah, I don't think they've actually announced their match yet. But there you go. Alrighty. We were at Sonata in the A block. To highlight matches, I put David Finlay on night 2. That's July 20th in Sapporo. They're 1-1, and it's like Finlay brought over the War Dogs, and then Sonata immediately turned on him. So I guess that's kind of heated. And he's going to face Taichi again on night 7, July 27th, which is in Nagoya. But it's tough to say anything is a highlight match for Sonata at this stage. So yes. David Finlay, his fourth consecutive entry. He did go to the semifinals last year when he won 6-3. He won his block too. He won a block. Look, he's such a weird one this year because it's like his matches have generally still been great. I mean, he had an awesome match with Tsuji at the Dome. He had an awesome final in the New Japan Cup with Shota, one of Shota's only awesome matches this year, honestly, which made it even more impressive. Really liked the match with Goto at Sakura Genesis. I was there live for. And then after that, like kind of nothing. Because the War Dogs house feud, it just... I like the cage match, but it's just like that's not like any kind of classic match or anything. And then the Evil match, I mean... What is there to say about that fucking dog collar match? I mean, it's such a downer.
There were some disappointments on that show, and that was one of them.
So he does feel like he's coming to this very cold.
He also
part of that is
disappears sometimes.
Yes, he disappears long stretches because he has a kid now, right? Isn't that why?
Yeah,
I think that's
his kid's like almost the same exact age as mine.
So I assume that's part of it. But he disappears for long stretches. Which doesn't help any sense of momentum. But I guess you could say part of it is like a storyline thing with him where, it does feel like he's supposed to have less momentum. I mean, he did, get his ass kicked.
Yeah.
But it still feels like he even has less momentum than he should for a guy who's been putting on such great matches in New Japan for the last year plus. But, his first ever matches are Tanahashi and Oiwa. So where's the Oiwa match? I didn't put that as a highlight. I'm just curious. The Oiwa match is... I thought it was pretty early. Yeah, it's night 1. So on July 19th in Sapporo. The Tana match we talked about already. The Callum match on night 7. That's in Nagoya. That's second from the bottom, so not like a huge match or anything, but I just highlighted it because they haven't wrestled in a while. They fought each other all the way back in February 2024 at Korakuen. A match only went 10 minutes as part of like a little War Dogs.
Oh yeah,
Empire series. Yeah.
That was I like when they do those series, but we don't have units anymore, so
yeah.
I mean, hardly.
Hardly, yeah. So, but it's been a while for them, and you have the whole thing of like Finley versus Osprey's protege, basically. So, or the last survivor of Osprey. So, that adds something to that match. And then he has his big match with Tsuji at Korakuen Hall, the main event of Night 13, August 7th, which is like, again, one of my most anticipated matches of the tournament, just because they had I thought was a really outstanding match at Wrestle Kingdom, the match of the night at Wrestle Kingdom.
Oh, that was great. Yeah.
Yeah. And then two great matches in the G1 last year too. The was it the quarterfinal or the semifinal? Can't remember.
Yeah, I don't
think
remember.
Semifinal, I think. Yeah, because it was Ryogoku. So
Yeah,
the semifinal match and then also the earlier block match. So these two have really great chemistry, a pairing I really like. So it'll be their first meeting since Wrestle Kingdom, and you get a Korakuen main. So definitely a highlight match. And his final night opponent is Yuya. So they're going to fight each other in Gunma on the 10th, and that could be deciding who goes through. So.
Yeah, and Finley eliminated Yuya from the New Japan Cup this year.
Oh yeah, it's true.
So that's worth noting at least.
Yeah. So you could see Yuya getting his win back if Finley doesn't get to the quarterfinal, maybe. Mm-hmm. But I mean, that would feel like a big step.
Well, that was already Finley getting his win back over Yuya from Yuya's. We're from the G1.
Oh yeah, that's true.
First night of the G1 last year. So David Finley almost always gets G1 debuts on his first night of the G1, or at least that feels like a trend with Yuya and now Oiwa.
Yeah.
So maybe something there, something worth poking at least.
But he has to be considered. He has a good chance to get through, but I don't think it's like a lock or anything though. So.
No, he doesn't feel. But again, I feel like he always surprises me throughout these tournaments, and then gets a pretty good push.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then Yota Tsuji, his third consecutive year, obviously lost in the final last year to Zach. He's got 3 main events, so a little less than I would have guessed actually.
Mm-hmm.
His first time meetings are just Callum and Oiwa. So the Oiwa one I had circled. I didn't have the Callum one circled. So the Callum one is Tsuji versus Callum. The Callum one is pretty late, I guess. It is. Where the fuck is it?
I could be helping.
Oh, that's his last opponent. Okay. So Callum is his final opponent in Guma, night 15, August 10th. So interesting.
That doesn't feel interesting. That doesn't feel like the right move. Yeah. Well,
maybe
Tsuji,
they want to push Callum as like a threat, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It is weird though, right? Is Tsuji not even going through to the court?
Or is he already through?
Like
through and done and dusted. Tsuji, so 3 main events, you said feels like not a lot, but there's only 2 people with more main events than him, and that's Zach and Tanahashi. So it is.
His 3 mains are Tana, Finley, and who's the other one? The other one is.
I don't have that in front of me.
Yeah, I don't seem to. Okay, so I said Tana, I said Finley. No, it's not. Maybe he only has 2 main events. Maybe you counted wrong. Yeah, I see Finley night 13, Tana night 11. I think that's it. Oh no, Uemura night 3. There you go.
Oh, that'll be great.
That'll be great.
Well, I like those 2 together. Some people
don't. I do too. Some people, I really like their match from Dontaku. Some people didn't really like it.
I loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was really good.
Tsuji's got. He also has 4 semi-mains though.
Yeah.
And
I think he's probably just gonna be through already.
He's gonna be through. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got 4 semi-mains, 3 mains, and 1 first match on the card. First tournament match on the card. So he is loaded in that tail end. And more often than not, actually the semi-main is I think Jay Michaels got that all worked out, but the people with the most semi-mains are the people that end up in the final.
Mm.
So
and you could do Tsuji. I mean, if Takeshi is going to win the G1, Tsuji Takeshi makes a lot of sense as a final. So
if Tsuji's going to win, I mean, what did you say?
Yeah. If Takeshi is going to win.
I mean, honestly, if either of them is going to win the G1,
that makes a lot of sense as a final.
It makes a lot of sense as a final. Yeah.
Yeah, because they wrestled twice in the G1 last year, and they went 1-1. So
yeah, and if they have any faith that they're going to have Takeshita long term, you got to figure that that's the generational rival, and you sort of have to manufacture that for Takeshita.
Yeah.
Because you've got the kind of the insider and the outsider then.
Yeah. The matches I circled, so Tsuji, he had first time matches, just Callum and Oiwa. So Oiwa is night 5, the semi-main of Oda Ward, so that should be really good. That's definitely one I'm looking forward to seeing. The other match I highlight for him again was the Finley match, which we already talked about. So yeah, he has a lot of great matches. I mean, the Taichi match I talked about, I'm looking forward to that. Who's he facing Sapporo night 2? He faces Evil. I mean, they had pretty good chemistry, I thought, earlier in the year. So,
well, yeah, and Tsuji's sort of the flag bearer for, what's left of LIJ or what
unaffiliated
LIJ, unaffiliated, yeah.
And now they have there's a new unaffiliated member, which is so weird. Yeah. So people don't know that, Daiki Inaba. Okay, so then Yuya Uemura, another guy who's a contender to get through. I don't know if he will. I don't know.
I will die on the hill that I think he was headed on his way through last year, and they had to pivot. I don't know. Reading tea leaves. It felt like when he got hurt, it was a bigger deal than just like a dude who was just gonna get eliminated getting hurt.
He has 3 semi-mains and 2 mains. So his final night opponent is Finley. So I mean that could be, like we talked about with Finley, a winning you're in scenario.
Yeah, and they've got a little bit of a story.
He's got 4 first time ever matches. He's got Bolton, he's got Evil, he's got Newman and Oiwa. So
I think Uemura is he's my favorite of that generation. I love his style. His wrestling style, his personal style too seems pretty cool, but he's got a vibe about him, but I'm waiting for him to like really tap in. And it felt like he had that trajectory at the end of last year's G1, and it did feel like they were going to make Tsuji the New Japan Cup guy and Uemura the G1 guy, just for now at least. Like that was going to be the story for that generation, because those are the two that seem to be clicking with the fans at least. So I'm obviously the Tanahashi match is interesting after what happened in their last match.
And so that's night 9, August 1st.
Which feels a little buried. Buried. We talked about
it is a main event.
Right. But it feels buried in the midst of the tournament.
I know, they're like, here's in the middle of the tournament and in fucking what's it called? The only show in Shikoku.
Yeah. So that's I figured that would be a little more featured, given that I assume Yuya gets his win back there, but who knows? I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful for Uemura's tournament. If I'm allowing my hope to do my pick'em for me, I'm booking Uemura versus Takeshita as the final. Yeah. But I don't know if I'm gonna allow for that. So we'll see. He was really having a good G1 last year. When he got hurt.
Yeah.
So.
And then we have the next guy up is Callum Newman, second consecutive year. Obviously, he went 2-7 last year. I think he's going to do better than that this year.
2-7 and lost his last 5.
Yeah. He has 5 first time matches against Bolton, Tana, Tsuji, Uemura, and Oiwa. So a lot of first time matches for him. I highlighted against Oiwa on night 3. It just feels like 2 guys, obviously, from a very similar generation. Mm-hmm. That's the opener of the show in Sendai, so maybe they'll do like a hot little opener there. And again, he has David Finlay, night 7, which we talked about already, which, the Finlay continuation of the Finlay Ospreay thing. And his last night opponent being Tsuji is like, will he still be in the mix? Will he be out? And Tsuji, will that match be completely meaningless? Like Tsuji, for instance, first in his block, and they just get through it there. I don't know. It's a good question.
If I'm betting, I don't see Callum getting very far, but I don't see him going 2-7 either.
Yeah, I'll be like 4-5.
He feels like a 4-5 guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He can pick a win over. It's actually tough.
Oiwa.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
Could be Evil or Sonata.
A balancing win against Oiwa, beats Sonata probably. Maybe he gets a win over Tanahashi.
Yeah.
They like him. I know they like him. And the Goto match was really good. I would have been looking forward to another match with Goto.
He might be the only guy on the block who actually really lost something with the Goto to Taichi swap.
Mm-hmm. I agree,
because that would have been his biggest match.
Yeah, and he might have gotten the win.
Yeah,
as a point balancer and as a payback.
Yeah. Oiwa is our first debut entry. He's such a weird guy, right? Because so I don't know how much you saw of his pre-New Japan stuff, the excursion work in Noah. I thought his excursion stuff in Noah was way better.
It was hotter for sure.
Than he's looked at New Japan so far. And the problem is, I don't know what his deal is in New Japan besides he's got a wacky haircut, he wears orange, he loses to every secondary title match in the company. I mean, that's really... Did I leave anything out for his run since he came back? I mean, he keeps losing every secondary title shot. He doesn't really have much of a personality besides being Zach's boy.
Well, yeah.
And we already have one of those. We already have Fujita, so...
Well, that's this whole generation. They all come back and they're the second or third heavyweight and they're in a unit. And it has worked against Oiwa, it's worked against Tsuji, it's worked against Uemura, it's worked against Narita.
I think it's worked against Oiwa even more than the other guys, though.
Because Oiwa had some momentum because he was still working in Japan.
Yeah.
And he did some really cool stuff in Noah. I mean, he really was a featured act in Noah. And then he came back to New Japan and he's been an unfeatured act. So I'm curious.
And loses.
I'm very curious what this G1 looks like for him.
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, you'd like to see him go at least 5-4 and be in it. His final night opponent is Sonata, though. So that's not. They're not going to be in it.
No.
Yeah, he's going 3-6, isn't he?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But he came back with that Never match with Shingo. It felt like that's where he was headed. But then, he's lost a Never match. He's lost a Strong match.
2 Never matches. He lost to Taichi. Takeshi too. That match was pretty, and I was there, and I was pretty disappointed by that match. On top of it, he lost to Takeshi, though. Lost to Shingo. He lost the TV title 4-way. He lost the Strong title match against Ishii.
But his only singles losses since coming back have been to Shingo, Gabe Kidd, and
Zach and
Takeshita.
Yeah, and Ishii strong.
Oh yeah, I see that now.
Oh no, Gabe.
That's not a.
Sorry, Gabe.
It was Gabe.
Strong.
Yeah, it was Gabe.
Yeah.
Also in America, so who cares?
Not New Japan. That's the fun.
So, I mean, that's not a bad list of dudes to have lost to. So, it's not like he's getting buried. But he's not winning anything either. But he's got. I mean, his first night is against Finley. That's gonna mean something, you would think.
Yeah. He has 6 or 7 first-timer matches: Tana, Evil, Sonata, Finley, Tsuji, Uemura, Callum. He's only ever wrestled Bolton and Taichi, in this other people in this tournament. But yeah, he has Tsuji. I mean, he has 2 matches that feel like these big generational matches for him, where he's facing guys in the generation right above him. Mm-hmm. He's facing Tsuji on night 5 in Oda Ward in the semi-main.
That's big. That'll be big.
Yeah, and he has Yuya at night 13 again in Korakuen in the semi-main. So they gave him 2 feature matches, semi-main event in Tokyo on big shows against Tsuji and Uemura. So, it feels like they're counting on those matches to be really good.
Yeah.
And I just hope he could deliver because I don't think he's been that great since he came back. So I don't know if it's a confidence thing for him. Just he hasn't gotten the company doesn't feel behind him, so he hasn't. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I guess we'll.
He's sort of in the same spot as Yuya was when Yuya came into the G1 last year, though, where he hasn't had a good run or a good time to do anything because it's G1 debut, and these G1s I think are really G1 tells you where people are, right? Like where they're at, and sometimes you don't really know that until the end of a specific tournament. But I think we'll have a much better feel for Oiwa at the end of this tournament. But it's tough to be, whatever. I guess the second heavyweight in a unit with the champion.
So that's A block. We still got to do B block. Luckily, I think it's the way less interesting block. So there's some of these guys I think we can get through pretty fast. But
some haves and have-nots, yeah.
Yeah. B block, we have Zack Sabre Jr., the current IWGP World Heavyweight Champion. Of course, he just won the belt back from Goto a few weeks ago in Nagoya on the Tanahashi Jam show. He won last year. He went 7-2 and ended up winning the tournament. He's had a winning record every year of his career except 2019 when he went 4-5. So that was that year he was like freaking out about.
Oh yeah,
the election in Britain, I think, which was pretty funny stuff. But yeah, so he went every other year. He went 5-4, 6-3, 5-4, 6-3, 4-2, 5-2, and then 7-2 and 1 last year. But yeah, he's got a lot of main events, I believe.
Yeah, 5
main events. So yeah, they're definitely counting on him here, which is interesting because, he wasn't a big draw as champion or anything the first time. It's an interesting thing with Sabre. I mean, he has 2 first-time ever matches in this tournament. He has Drilla Maloney, which, okay, whatever. But Takeshita, I mean, and that's a big, big match. I mean, that one is happening on night 8 in Osaka.
That's going to be huge.
In the Yamamoto Arena. Yeah, so that'll be the main event. And Takeshi's obviously from Osaka, so that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be a huge match. The Drilla match, I mean, they're both Englishmen, I guess. But I mean, other than that, I don't know if that's really that big a deal. He's got the main event against Gabe Kidd, World versus Global Champion, night 2 in Sapporo. So that's a big match too. They had a great match in the G1 last year.
Yeah, that'll be awesome.
His
final
night,
Gabe won last year. Is that right? Yeah. Gabe won.
No. Didn't Zach beat him? I thought Zach beat him.
Let me look. Zach beat him.
I thought, like by stoppage,
Zach beat him.
I think.
Yeah.
I think Gabe will win this time.
Do you? You think they're gonna put?
They've done that. They
have.
Yeah.
Well,
hasn't the IC champion beaten the heavyweight champion? I could have sworn he did.
I don't know.
Maybe it hasn't happened. Maybe it hasn't. I could have sworn.
Zach is. Zach is 16-5 historically against his block. Yeah. So he should buzz through everyone, but
I mean his last opponent is Yoshihashi, so he's gonna already have won the block.
He will be through. Yeah. You would imagine, yeah.
So I expect him to go right to the semifinals as the B block winner.
You think he's winning the block? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then
who bounces him? I guess it could be anyone. It could be anyone.
It could be B block second or A block third.
Yeah.
So, yeah. In that scenario, but yeah, I mean, he's a great wrestler, and he's never a guy that he just never feels super exciting to me. And I guess that's.
I got really excited for the G1 win last year. As it started to kind of rear its head, I was very excited for that. I was less excited after the G1 when they immediately announced that it wasn't for Wrestle Kingdom. Or the title match wasn't happening in Wrestle Kingdom, and we have no idea what's happening this year. No one has said anything, and I guess that's fine. I've come to terms with it. Zach's tournament feels like to me somehow he's gonna get Takeshita twice, and they're gonna trade wins, and if
so Takeshita finishes second. He loses to Zach during the tournament. He beats A Block third, and then he beats Zach in the semis. Yeah, that could happen.
And then goes to the final, potentially wins, and then they run it. Then they do the third match. So it becomes a trilogy.
Yeah,
a very quick trilogy.
Yeah, maybe King of Pro Wrestling again.
Yeah, so that's the match during the block that I'm most paying attention to, probably just because I feel like that's a path for Takeshi to go through and to keep things interesting.
But yeah, so there's Zach. I mean, he's sort of teased he's going to get more aggressive this time as champion, which that might be cool too.
Yeah, it does sort of feel like, I mean, the promos have been a little heelish, a little less happy to be here, a little more, you know. So and that I think is his best character. So I'm hopeful that they just run with that. And then you get maybe you get TMDK, the unit, teetering heel.
Yeah. I mean, there's a space open, basically, because War Dogs have not really been very heelish lately.
No, War Dogs are sort of heel adjacent, but the only true heel unit is House Torture.
Yeah. Gabe Kidd, IWGP Global Champion, speaking of War Dogs / Death Riders, as you can see on his knee pad. Third entry, third consecutive year. You know what the weirdest part too is? He wears that on his knee pad, but then he comes out All In and it says Death Riders and Gabe Kidd. So they're saying he's not a member. So why does he wear their logo on his knee pad then?
Well, he's the mercenary.
Okay. So why, if you're a mercenary, you got to advertise the group that hired you?
I don't know.
And do like shout outs to them in your title matches?
I
think that guy is going to be leaving nasty YouTube comments for me again, but it doesn't make any sense. And it's not even AEW. I'm not even putting it on AEW before that guy gets mad. I'm saying it doesn't, the New Japan half of it doesn't make any sense either with what he's doing in AEW. So the entire thing is very, very incongruent.
So
I don't know whose fucking fault it is. I have no idea. I'm not saying it's Tony Khan's fault. I'm not saying it's anyone's fault. I don't know whose fault it is, but it feels fucking weird.
Well, John, we're not allowed to talk about it. We're not the man in the arena.
That is true. That is very true.
Yeah.
Only one man in the arena. Last year he went 4-5. The year before he went 2-4-1. Obviously he's going to do better than that as global champion. Is he making it through though? I kind of think he's not. I think he's finishing like 4th.
Who's he got on the last night?
ELP.
Yeah, he's not getting through.
Yeah, I don't think he and ELP are getting through. It's global champ versus TV champ. I don't think either one's getting through.
But he might. Yeah. Well, but he's gonna win that match.
He's gonna win that match, and then maybe that'll be early, and then
it'll be early, and then somehow he gets eliminated. But he's alive on the last night, but probably not getting through.
Because we're already giving 2 spots to Zach and Takeshi. I think those are definitely happening. Yeah. The third spot is going to Shota, probably. I mean, like it or not, folks. I think the third spot is going to Shota Umino. And even after him, I would still have like Shingo ahead of him, probably.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and Great O'Khan went through last year.
Great O'Khan went through last year, and he could be another one setting up for Aaron Wolf.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, they could heat him up for sure. There's a lot. There's guys to go through in this block.
Yeah.
Having the title.
The white belt champ never does that well in these tournaments historically.
But they don't do poorly. But they do about as well as the never, I think.
Yeah.
So
like Finley went to the semifinal last year.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of years where the white belt champion just did nothing. I'm thinking about, but that was the years where they only had one guy for the block advancing.
Yeah, and that's sort of a different situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has 2 first-timer matches, Yoshihashi and Takeshita. Obviously, I think a lot of people are going to circle Gabe and Takeshita.
Absolutely.
That is happening. Where is it happening? That is your match in the stall voice here. Where the fuck is it?
Oh, it's the 19th. It's night 1.
Oh, it's night 1. There you go. Well, that's only 4th from the top. Okay. And I guess it's the second highest B block match, but
yeah. Right. Okay. It's like the B block semi-main, I guess.
Yeah, the B block semi-main, yeah. But I'm a little bit worried about getting screwed on time, though.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we'll see.
I bet the top 4 get 20 plus.
Tsuji Sonata?
No.
Maybe we'll get screwed on time because that's getting like 8 minutes, hopefully.
Suji, that's got to be feature Suji match. That's got to be a feature Suji.
Spear the fuck out of it. Spear him out of his goofy fucking Afterward shoes in 5 minutes. Like,
hey, I love the boots.
Yeah, I love the boots too, but spear him out of them. That's what we got to happen there. But yeah, so Gabe and Takeshi on night 1 on the 19th, coming up on Saturday.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
He's never wrestled Drilla only before, right?
No. Not that I've got, but I've only got New Japan stuff in here right now.
Oh, let's see. Okay. So
yeah, I was gonna say they might have wrestled in Europe.
Yeah, might as well check. It only takes 2 seconds.
But it would surprise me if Jay Michael didn't have that somewhere. He's all over the Rev Pros.
Yeah.
No, I don't see anything.
No, they never. No, they have.
Dan.
4 times. Dan Maloney Drilla Maloney? Dan Maloney's Drilla Maloney, isn't
Dan Maloney is so they have wrestled 4 times, yeah.
So yes, Dan Maloney beat him.
Royal Quest.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all. I have zero memory of that.
Why isn't that
only went 9-19?
Why isn't that popping in my
Dan Maloney beat Gabriel Kidd, and he's beaten him twice, and Gabe Kidd beat him twice. So
I've got it on
my wrestled 2022.
Yeah. I've got my fancy database that I use to actually do stuff, and it's in that one. But in my Excel document that I use to do other wacky stuff, I was looking up Drilla Maloney, not Dan Maloney.
Yeah, but the rest of
Gabe is. I mean, I'm sure you've talked about it, and I'm sure people have caught. Like, Gabe's just in such a weird spot now. I mean, he was so hot. And really had a great thing going. And I don't even think it's the AEW thing. I don't even think it's a part of it, of course, but he has just so significantly cooled off over the course of 6 months.
I think the way you would put it is it's the AEW thing, and then it's his reaction to the AEW thing. Like, if
even before that, I felt like he had cooled. For me, he had cooled by the New Japan Cup.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't know. I still felt really into that Taichi match and stuff, but I don't know.
But I don't think he was.
And then Narita match sold out Korakuen Hall.
Yeah,
really way in advance too. So he still felt hot to those fans at least.
Sure, yeah. I was disappointed by his story even in just New Japan has been incongruent this year. And maybe that's because his story was dependent on Kenny Omega for him to really heat up.
Yeah.
And that...
I mean, the War Dogs thing versus House of Torture thing did go on too long. So that probably did feel like such a long of a...
As far as I know, it's still going.
Yeah. I mean, but I feel like where he felt really cooled off was going to AEW during Best Super Junior and then coming back with such a baffling non-explanation. So... where all he had to do was go in there and say, yeah, they paid me. The end. That's it. You don't have to rebrand the arena. You don't have to put the fucking logo on your D-pad. You don't have to shout out Claudio in the fucking match. Just, they paid me.
He did all their moves.
Yeah. They paid me. That's it. That's all you had to say.
He's kissing the ring.
Yeah, it's stupid. But whatever. I mean...
I didn't like the Windy City Riot match with Ishii.
I like that match. I like that. I guess
I didn't like either of the Ishii matches. Also, I didn't like the story because it didn't make any sense that you go to a short time limit draw and then you do a
that wall. Yeah.
So all of his stories this year have been messy. So it is what it is. And then the Tanahashi match, I know you really didn't like it. I think I liked it more than most, but it felt like there was some. It felt genuine, like the emotion around it for Gabe and Tanahashi felt genuine. So I think that lifted it up quite a bit for me.
The problem is just Tanahashi's physical state to me. It wasn't
sure.
It wasn't anything on Gabe, besides the fact that Gabe just doesn't feel hot right now. But the crowd was very sparse, which didn't help.
No, that did not. And it was well lit.
Yeah.
Woof. Yeah.
But yeah, he's not coming in this tournament. A lot of momentum, folks. That's the point. Again, this is not a blaming of Tony Khan for that. So, Mr. YouTube commentator, calm the fuck down.
But what I will say is Gabe could absolutely recommit and heat up.
Yeah.
That I wouldn't even rule that out from being likely. So I think
we all know he's talented enough. I mean, we've
absolutely.
seen him do it. We've seen him do it. So.
And this Takeshita match should be great. The first night here.
Yeah. And the Zach match again. I mean,
that should be the semi-main.
There's some matches.
Oh, absolutely. He should have a really good tournament. I'm curious of the booking for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Why is Zach Narita the semi-main?
I don't know. That's what I'm looking at right now. That's what I mean. Like that. If I'm looking at the B block matches available to you on that night, like why is Zach
Narita? Why is that even over Shota and ELP would be better than that? I mean,
the Shota ELP, they've got a little bit of a story going too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The match order for the B block matches on that first night is
incredibly strange.
Odd. Yeah. To say the least.
Incredibly strange.
I mean, and Yoshihashi Shingo, you feel like shouldn't be the first match.
Yeah.
Over Great Okan Drilla.
I don't know.
Like if this was just a B block show, I would be
weird show.
Baffled by it.
It's a weird show. Speaking of ELP, his fourth consecutive entry, he's never had a winning record. He went 3-3, 3-4, 3-6. He's world TV champion right now. I mean, look, I feel bad busting on a guy who had, his health issues or whatever, but he's been like brutal lately. I mean,
I think he's going to have another great match with Takeshita in the G1 though.
Yeah.
That's my hope.
I didn't even like their match in California. I didn't like their match before that in Dentaku. I thought his match with Ishimori was like the only bad match on Tanahashi Jam. I mean, he's been in a funk lately. I don't know. I mean, this title feels completely meaningless on him. It doesn't really feel like it means anything to me. And the way he won it right back, he lost to Okan. I mean, he's like one of these guys. Like, I don't want to say, like he's one of my most like least liked guys in New Japan right now. Just like a guy I have no interest in. So I don't know. Doesn't do anything for me.
I think the Takeshita match will be interesting. And
the Umino match we said, and they've never wrestled before,
right? Well, that's they've got a little story going, and then I think Zach should be interesting with the ELP.
Yeah, they're 1-1. I don't even remember their matches.
I think it's Rev Pro.
Okay,
I'm almost certain it's Rev Pro. So kind of a whole new world, and they
didn't give him the main event though.
No.
So that's one of Zach's only non-main events, which is interesting. That's third from the top on that show. At
they haven't wrestled since in a single since 2018 in Rev Pro.
Yeah, third from the top when it's a champion versus champion match below Umino, Narita, and Shingo Takeshita. I mean, I guess I get it.
I kind of get
matches.
it. Yeah. But I'm interested in that match because they're
tight backstage.
They are both known as leaders backstage for like the English speaking wrestlers. Yeah. So, and they both contribute quite a bit to the locker room. So I would imagine that they will do their best. So,
but I don't think he's making it through or anything.
No.
Speaking of people who are not going to make it through, Yoshihashi, eighth entry, his first since 2023. He went 2-5 in 2023. He's never had a winning record in this tournament. 3-6, 2-7, 3-6, 2-7, 3-6, 3-3, 2-5. So
what did I say? I sent it along, or I posted it somewhere. He has like him and Chase Owens have like the two of the four worst G1 like records of all time, like by winning percentage for like wrestlers who have wrestled in 20 or more G1 matches. They're the two worst. So I don't expect much out of Yoshihashi here.
He's going to lose to Zach on the final night, probably. I don't know.
Just for funsies.
Look, he has good matches sometimes, but it feels like we even hit the peak of that. like where he was like an interesting underdog and stuff. So I don't know, like Goto winning the title without him almost feels like he really shunted him back.
Oh, it murdered him. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, like when he got in, I was like, really? I mean, I'm happy Chase didn't get in, but like, I don't know. Like I'm trying to think who didn't like this. If you gave Hiromu Takahashi the spot, the B block would be so much better because Hiromu would have fresh matches with almost everybody. You'd have the storyline of the junior proving himself and finally getting in this tournament, and yeah, it would be so much better. But I don't know. We got to have Yoshihashi in for some reason. So.
Well, he's a good hand.
Yeah. I don't know.
Coming in at 18-40 in G1 Climax matches all time.
Yeah, just such a boring pick. I don't know.
It's better than Chase.
Yeah, it's better than Chase. That is for sure. But when he was gonna get over Taichi, that was like ready to kill somebody.
Yeah.
Rage inducing. But no, now that Taichi's in 2, it's less rage inducing.
Fair. And you said something about Hiromu. I have to figure if Hiromu wanted to be in the G1, he'd be in the G1.
Well, I didn't. Are you the one who told me? I heard a birdie told me something about that. It might have been you. It might have been somebody else. I don't remember.
Well, if it's not what I just said, then it's probably not. Well, I might have said something.
Yeah, let's say.
I don't know anything.
Yeah, heavyweights get paid more, I guess is a good way to put it.
Yeah, that might have been me.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, to me, it also screams, and this I know was from somebody else, but when they said it, I was like, oh, that makes total sense. If they just think he's going to leave when his contract is up, why would you put him in the G1?
Yeah, I suppose that's the risk.
So,
but I thought during Best of Super Juniors, as he's, having his big moments in Korakuen, putting guys over, I was like, oh, he's going heavy.
Yeah.
Right? It just it was so clear, but all of, I'm
by the way, he was awesome in that tournament. I don't understand people who say he's washed up at all.
Oh, no. He was great in that tournament.
He is great in the Best Super Junior, one of the only hottest that fucking tournament.
He's not washed. He's boring, though, because there's nothing left for him to do with the juniors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not his fault, is the whole point of what I'm saying. I mean, look, he carried the tag team at Naito. Mm-hmm. He has the New Japan Tag Match of the Year, Naito and Hiromu against Ishii and Taichi.
Oh, that was amazing.
That match was amazing. He fucking had the Match of the Year for me, period, against Inari last year. I mean, he still fucking delivers at a super high level when you put him in there in a role where anyone can actually give a shit. It's just like, who could give a fuck about him and Desperado for the 10,000th time, right? So that's like where he's got to get out of this fucking division, or he's got to leave the company and go fucking Noah or something. I don't know at this point. Like because there's nothing left for him to do in this junior division. So yeah, I don't know.
They burned it all out during the pandemic.
Yeah. But yeah, Yoshihashi, as we were talking about.
Yeah.
First time matches with Gabe Kidd, Takeshita, and Drillerman only. Everybody, get your tickets now. Shingo Takagi, 7th entry. Speaking of people who could use a fucking shakeup, 7th entry, 7th consecutive year. He went to the semifinals last year, that was an awesome match against Zack. So he's got another match against Zack to look forward to here, and that's night 12 in Osaka, August 5th. His only first time ever singles match is against Narita. Huh. Interesting. Mm-hmm. He faces him in Yokohama, night 14, August 8th.
Shingo wrestles so many singles matches.
Yeah.
He's in his 6-7 years in New Japan. He's wrestled like more singles matches than almost anyone. I have more than anyone in that time span for sure.
He's got 2 main events. The other Osaka show, August 5th. It makes sense to use him in Osaka like that against Zack Sabre Jr. And the other main event he has is against Takeshita in Ota Ward.
Oh, that's gonna rock.
July 26th. I found their Tokyo Dome match surprisingly disappointing.
Yeah, I agree.
It was one of those 4.25 disappointing matches.
Part of me feels like it was time.
You're expecting better, so maybe they'll deliver a better one here. Ota Ward too. That's
a good building.
Yeah, so we'll say the where's the Umino rematch? The Umino rematch is, I cannot find it. Umino Zack, Umino Narita. Umino, Shingo, and Osaka. Yeah, night 8, July 30th. So that's a semi-main. Yeah, I mean that they had a really good match, and the monkey stuff that Shota brought out definitely brought out something in Shingo. That is for sure.
Yeah, that's true.
He did not hearing about that fucking monkey. What a decision by Shota to do that.
I can't imagine anyone directed that.
No, I doubt it. I fucking doubt it.
Not
or if someone did, it was a fucking rib on Shota.
Yes.
Can you imagine someone telling Shota to
hey, do this?
Because thinking about how the fuck was Shota Umino know about that from 2009? He was like what, 12?
Well, that was right before the locker room had a meeting about posts to social media. There's something else that happened right around then too, but it was that and something else. Somebody else posted something that you were like, oh god.
Oh god. Maybe it says, it's probably in Shingo's Wikipedia. It's
gotta be.
I don't know about it. I don't know if it's in English. I'm sure it's in Japanese.
Oh, it has to be.
There's zero chance. So I'm just curious if it's in English. It's gonna Control F monkey. No, it doesn't come up.
Control F monkey. Yeah, that's me when I go to the zoo.
Yeah, they did not talk about this thing on the but I would be shocked if it's not in his Japanese Wikipedia. But okay, but yeah, the Shingo got some matches, I guess. I mean, he could move on, I guess. His final night opponent's Drilla. Well, actually, no, because that could be Shingo getting his win back, right? Because Drilla beat him in the New Japan Cup.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't already get his win back from that, did he?
I thought they have.
Oh no, he did, because he's 1-1.
They're 1-1. The Drilla's been getting the never guys.
Yeah.
So he's had plenty of time.
So yeah, if you assume, because we talked about who we think is going to move on. It could be Shingo. I put him as a dark horse though. I think it's probably Zach Takeshi to Shota.
He's one of those guys they could tap in and just say, hey, you're going to the semis though.
Yeah.
Nobody would question that.
Yeah.
I bet once I've got all the picks in the pick'em pool, I bet a ton of people in the US or in the English speaking world think he's going through though.
Yeah. It's always fun to compare that with the Japanese one too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Last year, who was the Japanese were really high on somebody that the English was not high on at all. Was it Naito?
I don't remember.
There was somebody where the Japanese fans all thought he was going through, and the English fans did not even have him anywhere near.
And then, my pool always high on Zach Finley.
Yeah.
I think this year will be high on Takeshita. Yeah. Shingo's on that list too.
Well, the Japanese pool will be high on Takeshita too, I think.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah.
Gabe will get a lot of love this year, I think. Yeah. Especially after the AEW run. Or in the midst of, I guess. It's not over.
Sure.
I just think he keeps showing up because they're gonna bring Eddie Kingston back, but we don't have to go there just yet.
Yeah. Great Okan, his fifth consecutive year. I guess another dark horse guy to move on, especially if they want to heat him up for Aaron Wolf, I guess. I mean, last year he had his first winning record. He only went 5-4, but he did move on to the quarterfinals.
Well, he went on a run.
Yeah, he beat Naito at the end, which was great.
Mm-hmm.
He only has one main event, though, and no semi-mains, it looks like. So his one main event is against Zach, I believe. Or is that wrong? Yeah, it is against Zach August 2nd in Hiroshima.
That should be good, though.
So, yeah, that's a match that he's 0-3 against him, so maybe he finally gets a win on him.
Yeah.
He has two first-time ever matches against Takeshita and Drilla. So, not a ton of...
Takeshita, that'll be interesting. I mean, they're both...
weirdos.
Both weirdos. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I don't know where you're going with it, but...
I was going to go around the same age, but but then I was like, no, it's kind of old.
I mean,
he's older.
Okan feels like a guy who could be in DDT, so,
Sure.
I mean,
that's true. That's true.
Maybe that's where they'll connect. But yeah, that match is third from the top in night 4 in Niigata.
Mm-hmm.
So, Nagaoka, whatever. I always like Niigata is one of those city and prefectures always screw me up. Where I'm like, they're in Niigata. No, they're really in Nagaoka. It's like, well, whatever. I mean, I feel like more people have heard of Niigata than Nagaoka, probably. So it's easier to say Niigata.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, they're famous for sake, among other things. Whereas I have no earthly idea what Nagaoka is famous for. Shota Umino. Oh, did I say who his last night opponent is? His last night opponent is Shota Umino. Wow.
Shota, yeah.
Yeah, that's
an interesting.
That feels like a win and you're in.
It does.
With their history.
That feels like the third. That feels like the third place match.
Yeah, so I think it's Shota moving on probably.
Yeah, probably.
Because remember what Okan did earlier.
And Okan got the push through last year.
Yeah. So Umino is next. Third consecutive entry. He went 4-5 last year. That weird year where he beat like everyone important and lost to all the not important people. And he went 2-3-2 the year before that. So his third consecutive year. He has 2 main events and 2 semi-mains. No, 3 semi-mains. So that does feel like a guy who's going to be doing something, whether people like that or not, unfortunately. I don't like the Shota thing. I don't know what to make of this guy, man. I mean, like, where the fuck are you at with this guy? Because like his in-ring looks fine most of the time, especially since he changed his moveset up and started doing like the lariats and everything. I've liked his in-ring a little better. But like his in-ring was never his fucking problem to begin with. He just has like no charisma, no presence, and he looks like he's in the ring under threat of sniper fire. Like he does not look like he wants to be there.
Yeah, I mean that's how it's always been.
Yeah, well, I mean I feel like it's gotten even worse of late. But
nothing he's doing is meaningful.
Yeah,
at all. Like that's what's so confusing for me. Like, but he's also floating around with ELP right now, and that's what's the story there?
Yeah, I don't know. It's I feel like the two of them could go win the tag titles or something, but I mean, like, what is this guy? What is this guy doing? Like, what is his? Like, where is he going?
Well, I mean, that's the question. And but I don't. I mean, it's another one of those things where like the G1 feels like the beginning of his year. Like the Wrestle Kingdom main event was the end, and then the G1 feels like it should be like a restart for him. But they did the shaved head thing, and they did the New Japan Cup, and you expected him to come out and do something interesting. He just came out with like slightly different gear and like a new finish. He
did change his moves. He changed his moves around.
Yeah. More lariats, I guess. Yeah. You know, he's trying to be Kojima, I guess. I don't know. Like I have no time for Shota Umino. Especially after that Wrestle Kingdom main event where he took all of my time. I got nothing left. I got nothing left for him. So I'm almost certain he's going to end up in the knockout round of the G1, but I just don't like, for what?
To lose in the quarterfinal, I guess.
Or you know, I do think there's an interesting story to tell with that generation where each of them loses a G1 final. So what? Tsuji lost one last year. Maybe Uemura loses it this year. You know, all the Roiwa guys, they all lose a G1 final before they start to maybe get a chance to win them. But that's a 6-year story that doesn't have much payoff. So I don't know. That feels like a stretch given the current state of the New Japan roster.
I don't know. It's like there's like imagine if he was entering this tournament hot, like you would have so much more to talk about in B block.
Yeah.
And B block wouldn't feel as far behind the A block as it does. But because he's supposed to be one of the most important parts of this block, and he's just nothing. I mean, he's dragging because you have Tsuji and Uemura in A block, and they both, you know, you can have your little issues with Tsuji and Uemura, but they fucking delivered when they need to. And they feel exciting, and you know they have matches you're excited for. What the fuck are you excited for Shota Umino in this tournament? I guess Gabe Kidd, because we all know the rumors. You know, he has a first time match with Takeshita, but like
I mean, that
like,
feels generation. It feels like they want it to be generational.
Yeah, that's Yokohama, but like, and it feels like
will it be?
Out of...
I feel like the fan base is just out,
and they are main eventing with it too. I mean, they had a fucking rematch of a Tokyo Dome main event, and I could not give less of a fuck. That's his other main event. That's night 4. They buried that in fucking the town. I just couldn't figure out if they should put the town in the prefecture first. That's where they put it. Nagaoka, Niigata. So that's where they put the fucking wrestling in the main event, night 4, which should tell you everything about how important they think that match is. So what is he doing on nights 1 and 2? He's fucking third from the bottom on the block. He's right in the middle against ELP.
Which is like a
that
story
feels like
thing.
Yeah, it feels like a story match, and they put it below Zack and Narita.
Mm-hmm.
And the other night he's once again 3, 4. He's in the opener against Drilla Maloney, the B block opener. I mean, again, the two of the most important shows. He's not really doing anything that important,
right?
Like, why is the fucking Wrestle Kingdom main event not like headlining one of those two shows?
I mean, it's almost like he's being protected. Like they did the same thing with him in the New Japan Cup. Why
are they doing Zack and Narita at fucking Sapporo as the semi-main event
instead of Zack and
Shota?
Shota, yeah,
makes no sense.
Unless something's happening with Narita, but nothing's happening with Narita.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah, the match orders, once you, I mean, like on the surface, it all looks pretty normal when you look at like the list, but then like you dig into some of these cards and you're like, what is happening?
Yeah, that one is almost like we just have no faith in this guy. We have no faith in Shota.
Sure.
Like, that's what it says to me.
But he has the 5th highest, I mean, he's tied with Takeshita for like strength of schedule, we'll call it.
But I mean, like, if we look, the biggest shows, Korakuen Hall or Yokohama, he's in the main event. Korakuen Hall, he's not on the show. He's not doing anything because there's no B block Korakuen. Hiroshima, he's in the opener against Yoshihashi. I mean, that's kind of big.
The opener, yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, he'll get big...
Well, I'm saying that's kind of a big show is Hiroshima, and he's not doing anything. He's in the opener against Yoshihashi.
Mm-hmm.
Osaka, he does get a semi-main, but again, not a main. Oda Ward, he gets a semi-main, not a main. And his big signature match, the Tokyo main event, again, a main event's Niigata. I mean, that's not a big show at all. So, I don't know. It just feels like they're trying to keep up the illusion of him being a big deal without him actually being a big deal. And like actually booking him like that.
I don't know if they are.
But,
I mean, those 3 semi-mains or something.
Yeah.
3? Yeah, 3.
Yeah. But
I don't know. His whole situation's been baffling to me. Since, I mean, genuinely since he came back. and since they tried to bring him back in 2021, but he was fat. So he got bounced off the US show.
Very strange. Red Narita, third consecutive year. He won 5-4 last year, his first winning record before they won 3-3-1. He's finally had opponents Takeshita, so I guess he's going to be in the running, I guess. And Takeshita will probably knock him out.
Yeah, maybe.
Either
that or Takeshi's buzzing through the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that feels like you could have them both in the running. Because Zack will be the one I think that buzzes through.
Yeah.
So I think Takeshita and Narita will both be in the running, and Takeshita will knock him out, I think is what's going to happen.
Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, he's been a little better this year. I mean, he had a really great match with Gabe in the New Japan Cup first round. One of I think the most underrated New Japan matches of the year. He was a standout in the cage match. I mean, I think that was his moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think he can surprise some people. He does, in this tournament, if you're expecting to be a total 0, I think there's potential. But it's still House of Torture, and they're still sealing with. I mean, first of all, some people are never going to give him a chance, and second of all, there's still going to be bullshit. So
yeah, there's some limitations to it just in general.
He has 2 first-time matches against Shingo and Drilla. Shingo's kind of interesting. In that. He has the big match for Umino on night 6, Award. He has one main event, or it's really an in-block main event, not a real main event, against Zach, which is the semi-main at night 1. A baffling one, again, that we just keep bringing up because it's so weird. Over the other matches they could have had higher. And yeah, it's just not like what else you were looking forward to with him. Gabe again, I guess. I did really like their first match.
Yeah.
So they face each other on semi-main in Hiroshima on night 10. So, big building. That could be something. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm dying to see him, but
I genuinely like Narita, but I liked the Shibata cosplay era better than this, and I thought that there were legs to it, but this is a totally kind of a tangent, but no one leaves House of Torture, which is sort of annoying. Just like if anyone was ever going to, like, he should be the one that figures it out. I'm done with him. He teased me too long. I thought he was going to be the next big, great power junior that went heavy eventually, but no. So, yeah, I mean, I want to look forward to Narita matches because I do think I genuinely think there's like a really, really good wrestler in there, but or he could be the straight guy in the House of Torture. Someone's got to be, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Takeshita, his second consecutive entry. Last year he went 5-4 to just miss out in B block. Let's see. He has 3 mains and 2 semi-mains, so quite strong here. He has a lot of first-time matches too. Zach, Gabe, Yoshihashi, Great Okan, Shota, and Drilla. So he's really carrying this block, that is for sure.
Oh yeah.
Early on, we talked a little about his Gabe Kidd right away. The B semi-main, so that'll be really cool. That's in Sapporo. Then he has ELP, the rematch of the G1 match from last year that everybody loved. That's the B semi-main of the second night in Sapporo. Then you get started with the first time matches. Third from the top against Great Okan and Nigata. He's got the main event against Shingo, the rematch from Wrestle Kingdom at Award. He has the first time ever match with Zach in in Osaka. In Osaka, night 8. In Hiroshima, he's third from the top against Drilla. Back in Osaka, he's the opener against Yoshihashi. Yokohama, he has the main event against Shota, which again has never happened, and kind of a generational rivalry. So we'll see.
Yeah.
And then the final night,
they probably want it to be.
Yeah. And the final night, he has Narita. But
yeah.
I
think he's.
Probably a winning good thing.
My hot take is that I think Takeshita's winning the G1.
I think so too.
I think
it's him or Tsuji. I think.
Yeah, sure, but I think people are going to talk themselves out of it with because the AEW stuff and all that. But like,
he's signed. Relax.
He's signed. He's definitely signed. And I think that there's some investment from all sides, because DDT too, for Takeshita to be a big deal. A big an internationally big deal. Yeah. So it would give me great joy if I was correct in this.
I think he's a great pick for the final.
And we know that AEW loves the G1. Like we do. We know that they love to reference it. They love to talk about it. They love and honestly, it sets up Takeshita and Okada. And that's one of those things that I don't think it would be that hard to get to now, given what Takeshita's been up to in AEW and what Okada's up to in AEW now. I think I think you can get there pretty easily. And I think, because AEW loves to talk about Okada being the best tournament wrestler and blah, 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 right? Like they use that throughout the Continental Classic, all throughout it. And Takeshita winning.
Okada went out there and slept walk through the tournament. But.
Well, I don't know. I think he had some okay stuff in there, but the result
was great. But.
yeah, the result was the result, right? Like he won, right? And Takeshita winning the G1 would set up at least a conversation point, right? So I think, and they need him, honestly. Like they need someone to bridge this generational gap, and he might be the guy. So I'm really hopeful that the folks I talk to that think it's a possibility are right, because I think that's the move. I think that's the move. Plus, it sets up Tsuji, Yumura, Umino, Oiwa. It sets up all these guys to say like, no, we're New Japan. They can take the Gabe Kid, trunks, and turn it into a thing, because like Takeshita came sort of as an outsider, and was necessary to start to pull up the company into the next phase of its life. So I think that's the most interesting play, and I think it would add a lot to the story. So that's sort of that's where I'm leaning right now, is that Takeshita is going and winning the G1.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only, and I even struggle to mention this as a negative, is I guess it reinforces the opinions of people who are like, oh, look at New Japan and well, AEW, they have nothing, that kind of thing. Like,
yeah,
but yeah, the AEW type. So it's like, well, when you sign the entire roster, first of all.
But AEW took him from DDT and took him via Kenny.
Yeah. So I don't know.
So that's,
I mean, he's a Japanese guy. It's a little different.
Yeah. And I think it would set him up to come back to Japan nearly full time.
Yeah.
So. And
it's very, I mean, the entire thing with it's one of those things where I'm like, you can't let yourself listen to like the worst faith AEW types. If you listen to some podcast hosts on this network, they don't exist, but they definitely do exist. Like AEW types who like really like to laugh at New Japan and like to be like, oh, look how great the promotion I am a bigger fan of has more money than the promotion you're a bigger fan of. It's like, okay, but buddies, do you get any of that money? But yeah, I don't know. It's just like, you can't worry about that stuff. So
no, and I honestly don't think New Japan worries about it at all.
I don't think they give a shit. No, I mean there is a perception issue where and this is where the Gabe stuff has hurt them a little, where there's a certain type of internet New Japan fan that really just, and I'm talking about Japanese fans here now, who really doesn't like how tight the AEW thing is, and how like AEW looks like how far above they are of New Japan, and you can see Yota Tsuji starting to lean into that, which I think is smart, because he's leaning into again, for people out there think I've been accused of making this shit up, and if I was making this up, Yota Tsuji would not be out there leaning into it. Do you think he's leaning into me? He doesn't give a shit about me. He's leaning into the Japanese fans and what he's seeing, which is smart. It's the exact same type of thing that Naito used to do all the time. And I'm sure he's told, like, where do you think Tsuji learned that from, So, but yeah, so like that's out there. That sentiment is out there. The idea that New Japan would be better off without AEW, and AEW just takes advantage of them. I mean, that sentiment is out there in Japan. So, and that's what Tsuji is leaning into. So, again, for the people out there who think this stuff doesn't exist, I mean, that's what Tsuji's playing off of. So, not to be like, I told you so, but I did tell you so. Not to you, obviously, but these people.
No. I'm in the know. I'm also in the know. I understand.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It's like people act like it's so fucking hard to fucking, like, I understand you're not going to get the exact meaning from Google Translate. And first of all, there's better options than Google Translate anyway. But like, you can understand what the fuck they're talking about. And that's even without the fact that I can actually read some Japanese. But like, people act like it's like this thing that is impossible to look. Just go fucking search a hashtag on Twitter. It's not that fucking hard. So I don't know. It's like, it's not the riddle of the Sphinx. Like, anyone can go out there and see what the Japanese fans are talking about on social media. Anyone can follow a bunch of them. I follow a bunch of them. I talk to them. It's just, I don't know what to tell you.
All the Tsuji stuff ends up in Discords and, signal boosted in various places too.
Yeah. But it's like, I don't know. But people act like the Japanese fan base is some like deep, mysterious thing you can't possibly know. When it's like, I don't know, just do 5 seconds. Follow some people. Talk to some people. You can DM people. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's not that difficult. But to keep your finger on the pulse, you really want to. But and then like I said,
Tsuji has said it in backstage comments.
That
you know, like
But I'm just saying in general, and then especially where I get these accusations of like making shit up, and I'm just like, it's just you can talk to people. It's not that difficult to talk to people.
Yeah, Tsuji's been incredibly public with.
Yeah,
I mean, Tsuji is basically speaking my mind when he talks about the U.S. product. So
yeah, I mean, but again, it's the same thing.
He'll talk.
There's a lot of people talk. You know,
yeah.
I mean, if a low level podcast host like me hears stuff, a lot of people talk. Believe me. Drilla Maloney, the last guy we haven't talked about yet, his debut entry, the only debut entry in the B block actually. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have any main events. He doesn't have any semi-mains even. So very, very clearly, not a guy who I expect to do anything here. I don't know, where are you on Drilla? I'm kind of like, there's times where I really like him, and then there's times where he just kind of leaves me cold. He never kind of feels like he delivers in singles matches the way I want him to. I don't know.
Yeah, he's fine. He's a guy. I don't know where you slot him. I think maybe he's gonna mess around with the Never title still. I mean he's built. He's a heavyweight. He was parading around as a junior, so I'm intrigued by this tournament. I'm glad he's here. I don't see him being like a permanent fixture. I'm not penciling Drilla Maloney into next year's G1, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like that's just sort of where I'm at with him, but he could change my mind. I'm never disappointed, but I'm never like blown away.
That's perfect. Yeah.
Like
he's a guy.
He's a mid-card guy, and like it I'm looking at his match layout here. He's in four of his matches are the third block match.
Yeah.
That's
where he lives.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And that's him and Sonata are living in the mid card. And but I would much rather watch a Drilla Maloney match than a Sonata match. So
that is very true.
I guess that's good.
His final match was Shingo, by the way. We talked about that already, but
right, which feels like it's going to set something up, but neither of them are, I mean, or maybe it's just the final of their trilogy. Yeah. But I don't think it's going to knock anyone out or push anyone through.
It could push Shingo through, I guess.
It could push Shingo through. And Drilla he's a good wrestler. Like that's where I'm at with him right now. Like he's kind of buried in the War Dog situation, and he hasn't really had a ton of time as a heavyweight just yet. So, but yeah, I think he's deserving of the spot, I guess, if that makes any sense. Like he's deserving to be here. I have no complaints about Drilla being in the G1. But I don't expect a ton out of it.
Exactly how I feel too. So there you go. He has 4 first-time matches, or 5 actually. Zach, which I'm surprised they never wrestled in Europe or anything. Zach, Yoshihashi, Great-O-Khan, Ren Narita, and Takeshita. So there you go. The Zach match is in Yokohama, so that's probably like one of his biggest matches. Night 14. Yeah, who's he got in the Oda Ward? Oda Ward, he has Gabe Kidd. Yeah, it's a big match, I guess.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. And we talked about that before. They have met before, but not in New Japan. So.
Yeah, in Rev Pro.
Yeah. But there you go, folks. That's the B block. Like I said, not as exciting as the A block for me is where I'm at. I mean, it's like there's stuff interesting here, but there's just like Yoshihashi, ELP, that's Shota. I mean,
A block's got a little bit more oomph to draw from.
Yeah. I mean, there's like nobody dragging it down in A block for me except Sonata. And Sonata at least will make me laugh. Whereas like I'm really interested in Oiwa and what he does and if he can get back to what he looked like in Noah. I'm really interested in Callum after what he had that great match with Goto. Can he keep that momentum going? Like the low level guys of the A block. Evil does not offend me. I guess if he defends you, then the listener, then you're probably lower on this block than me. But yeah, like the low-level guys in A block are more interesting to me than the low-level guys in B block. And then it has like, I mean, Tanahashi, can he just get through it, I guess. It's
just survive, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, this A block has Taichi, it has Finley, it has Tsuji, it has Uemura, and then like all those other, that next tier of guys is like guys I'm all interested in. Whereas like B block, I don't know, it just feels like the top tier guys like Zach and Gabe, I'm a little less interested in. Shingo doesn't really do that much nowadays. And you do have to cash it, obviously. But like then, you have Narita, who knows what you're going to get out of him. Great Okan, who knows what you're going to get out of him. Yoshihashi, ELP, dragging it down. Shota. So, just a little more boring to me than A block. But there you go.
Yeah, the B block feels like these are New Japan roster members.
Yeah.
And Takeshita will do a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah.
And I have some hope for Gabe and Zach to like elevate their current roles.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so there's the G1 preview. We went like 2 hours and 40 minutes, so I think we're going to have to call it on the All-In review. I did see your note about that, so that's fine. I mean, do you want to say anything really quickly? Because I'll just record my own little review probably.
About All In? I'll say what I said in the Voices of Wrestling Slack. If Omega Okada at All In was a 4.5 star match, then the whole series in Japan deserved to break the scale, and I don't want to hear any complaints about it.
Yeah, I mean
that's kind of all. It was good. It was really good. It just wasn't like it wasn't standing and pacing good, to borrow a phrase. Like it was.
Look, Kenny is hurting.
It was good.
I mean,
yeah. Kenny I don't know if you listened to the Wrestling Observer Radio interview with Kenny before the match. I mean, he kind of was like, basically was like, don't expect what we did in Japan.
Yeah, which is when that's what they delivered. They delivered a slower match that was,
with some cool stuff, bullshit. Some cool stuff and some big vibes. Like, don't get me wrong. If I was in that building, I probably would have been like, "Holy shit, I'm watching this happen."
Yeah, I'm really happy for the people in the building.
I think the vibes and the aura of the show were very big. Watching at home, I did not have the same feeling I had when I was watching the shows from Japan. And overall, that show, it was long. I have no issue with long shows. I watch Wrestle Kingdom from top to bottom. I watch, all this New Japan stuff. Like I have no issue with consuming a lot of wrestling in one day. But it was paced differently than all the other AEW pay-per-views that I really enjoy. And that was, I don't even want to say that that's a complaint. It's just like a notable difference for that show, but it looked great and it looked like a great time. And I'm specifically in my world, Okada and Omega was a big deal. And I thought it was very good.
I don't think that show was even close to Revolution though, for like a show of the year. It was almost the reverse of Revolution, where the undercard wasn't very good and the main event delivered.
The main event delivered heavy. Yeah. I mean, that was incredible. AEW rarely disappoints me when it comes to the pay-per-views. And I'm looking forward to, I'll be in Chicago. I'll be at Dynamite this Wednesday for, Hangman's coronation in Chicago, which I think is that's
the residency, right?
It's the beginning of the residency. So I wanted to go because I really like the Aragon Arena or the Aragon Ballroom. I saw ECW there in, I think it was 1999. I've seen a bunch of bands there. Like I was just there to see a show. Like I've been there a ton, and I'm so curious to see the setup that I wanted to get out there for the first night.
I keep forgetting they're doing the ECW Arena thing.
Yeah, I mean, like ECW only ran Aragon once, but it was the only time. I think it's the only time wrestling's ever been done, at least at a big scale, in the Aragon Ballroom. It's a really neat building. I think it's gonna present very well on TV. So I really wanted to get out there to check it out. So, and I wanted to get out there not during the G1 because I never know what my wrestling time is gonna look like during the G1.
So yeah, now I see why. Because I'm thinking to myself, why hasn't my friend asked me about going to any of those shows in Philly after that residency? They haven't put them on sale yet, weirdly. I mean, it starts August 27th. I mean, that's like a month and a half from now.
I mean, these residents, even in Chicago, I mean, like ECW, I think, claimed like 4,000 people in the building, and they're only setting it up for like 1,500 or 1,600.
Yeah. Well, the ECW arena one that they can't even put like more than 800 in that building now.
Oh, for arena. When there's, did they change it?
It's smaller now. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because I think it's like 800 or 900 is the max now.
Wow. Yeah, and I think it's a neat way for AEW to do TV.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the Aragon Ballroom is going to look really neat. So, but again, Hangman holding up that AEW championship in Chicago. That should be a thing. Given this history with Philip Brooks.
Yeah.
So
that was great. That was definitely the thing I think everybody could agree was great. But I'll give longer form thoughts when I let you get back to your daughter. So
yes, yeah, but, we're pushing up on bedtime. So
yeah.
But yeah. May I plug?
Oh, please.
Yeah. So we've got the G1 contest happening. The G1 Pick'em. The biggest and best G1 Pick'em. I partnered with Jeremy Sexton. I have to call him out. He did just an incredible job putting this thing together. G1.sportofprowrestling.com. Get your entries in. We actually have some pretty neat prizes this year. Our grand prize package is actually at least 3 months to the Patreons of Super J-Cast, Voices of Wrestling Flagship, Keeping It Strong Style, and We Work Stiff. So it's sort of some of the best paywalled coverage of New Japan that you can get some access to if you win this tournament, or this Pick'em. Last year we had 700 plus entries. I'm curious to see where we'll land this year, but I would love to see everyone and anyone get their entries in at g1.sportofprowrestling.com. Mostly because I think it's just about the best pick'em or gambling website I've ever seen. So I'm very proud to host it, and I'm very pleased with the work that Jeremy put into it. It's just really incredible stuff. So check it out.
Yeah. There you go. All right, so we did even longer on the G1 preview than I thought we would, but what a shocker, right?
It's the G1.
It's the G1.
It's the G1, and it's me. I'm a talker.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Me too. Otherwise, I'd do these podcasts every week again.
Very true.
So, folks, in a second you'll hear magic of audio. We hear a little pause, and then I'll be back with, I guess, some kind of all-in review. I haven't recorded that yet, but also the reviews I recorded solo earlier of the Kobe World Dragongate show, which was an awesome show, and the DDT Korakuen from July 13th. So hang on a sec, and you'll hear that in just a second. All right, folks, so we're right back here now for the AEW All In review. I'm going to have to keep this short because, again, we went really long on the G1 preview, and I still have another hour of audio I already recorded with where I reviewed Kobe World and the DDT Korakuen. So that'll sound weird now because I'll be, throughout that review, I'm going to be like, oh, well, Chris and I already talked about All In, but we didn't end up having enough time to talk about All In. Really, look, none of my thoughts are going to shock anybody, right? I mean, I like Japanese wrestling. That's what I watch mostly. I don't love American wrestling. I haven't watched AWTV on any kind of regular basis since I went to Japan back in March and April, so late March. And it's just like, it's not even like I made this big conscious decision like, fuck AEW. It's just like, once I got out of the habit of watching it every week, I was just like, why am I forcing myself to watch this TV show that I don't really like when I could just watch more Japanese wrestling? I mean, it's really nothing against AEW. It's just not my, like, the American TV format is my least favorite way of watching wrestling. So I still want it. The pay-per-views are still very good usually, so I still want to watch the pay-per-views. But yeah, this show, I mean, I understand I'm being a low person on the show. I think pretty much everybody liked it more than I did. I thought it was very, 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 very long. 6 hours for the main card alone is like DDT Peter Pan length. And again, I tweeted about this, but it's one of these things where, like, the AEW fans are so negatively polarized against the WWE fans, who are the most likely to, like, wield anything as a cudgel against them, be like, the shows are too long. So the AEW fans, because they hate the WWE fans so much, they have to go so over the top on the other side, where they're like, not only is a 6 hour show, perfect. But anyone who doesn't want to watch wrestling for 6 hours straight, or 7 if you watch the pre-show, is a loser and an asshole, and and how could you not want that much pro wrestling? And it's like, look, I liked a lot of DDT Peter Pans that went 6 hours or more. I never used to go online and be like, anyone who doesn't want to watch a DDT Peter Pan for 6 hours is a fucking dipshit. Because it's like, I understand, to me it's very obvious why someone might not want to watch a wrestling show for 6 hours. That's a long fucking time to do anything, let alone watch a wrestling show. So yes, that is a long show. It felt every bit of the length, and watching Kobe World after that, which was like a 4-hour show, felt like a breeze after watching the 6-hour All In. So it was very noticeable to me how long it was. The other problem too with it is I just did not think this undercard was very good. I thought a lot of the undercard was, quite bad. Some of it was not really their fault, right? I mean, some of it was like, just they just like had bad luck with stuff like the Adam Cole injury, but it sounds like a concussion, right? That sounds like we're getting. But yeah, I mean, I think that was confirmed by Fightful, actually. But yeah, it's just like, it just didn't, like, the ratings it's getting are really bizarre because I just really thought the entire undercard was not very good. And, I had one 4-star match on this entire show, and it's just not, I don't know, like, the undercard just didn't do anything for me. And everything on the undercard was so long. I mean, okay, you start with the World Trios title match. Why did the Ops against the Death Riders and Gabe Kidd have to go 15 minutes? Like, already that could have gone shorter. So everything was just a little too long in the show. The crowd was pretty quiet for that match, too. They didn't really seem into it. It just kind of went on for a while. Just, Gentleman's 3 type match. Very, very poor choice for an opener, in my opinion, when you had so many great matches on paper you could have gone with. We did get the great moment where the Death Riders take out Samoa Joe. They send him out on a stretcher, so I guess Samoa Joe and the Ops couldn't get involved. I don't know why Shabbat and Hobbs couldn't get involved, but they didn't. But yeah, so they couldn't get involved in the main event. But it's obviously a work injury, so it's not offensive or anything. But they go back to the commentary table to Excalibur, and he does a somber DraftKings ad read where he's like, "The crowd is yours." And it's like, I don't know, it's so fucking funny. Then we had this fucking men's casino gauntlet. This thing went 34 minutes and 52 seconds. This was the worst thing on the show. It was pretty good for the start. There's a good early portion of it through about the first 6 entrants. Mystico came in 6th, and he's like going after MJF while MJF is trying to take off Bandito's mask. Everything up through that was good. Josh Alexander comes in 7th, and everything after that is where the match just fucking grinds to a halt. It's like nothing is going on there. Some of these people are not over at all. Josh was not over. Anthony Bones was not over. Rod Strong was not over. Brody King came in 10th. He was like way more over than the last 3 guys combined, but it didn't really help the match that much. Juice Robinson returned in 11th. He got a big pop, but I don't know. Just like then as soon as felt like he was bringing the match back alive, suddenly the Gates of Agony run in to help Ricochet, which that started the theme for both gauntlets, where it's like it's weird to have a match where you have like 14 participants and then you bring in like other random people who are not in the match to run in. Like, I feel like that's the kind of thing that if any promotion other than AEW did, they would get a lot of shit for it, because it looks weird, it looks confusing. It's like, who is in this match, who is not in this match? It doesn't work for me. It's very, very weird vibes for that. But yeah, and then after all that, we get the very WWE cliche pin steal finish where Mark Briscoe hits the J Driller on Roderick Strong, and MJF comes up from behind and tosses him. And this is another thing that I didn't like about this show, and I guess this can be a me thing, but like, there were so many multi-way matches, right? Like, on the entire undercard until you get to the top 3 matches, you don't have one singles match. There's not a single singles match where you get to the top 3. You have 2 gauntlets, which I don't know if we need 2 of those. You have a 3-way tag match. You have a 4-way match for the TNT title, which again, not quite their fault, but you could have booked a singles match instead of a 4-way. You have a trios match and a 2v2 tag. So these 2 regular matches, not multi-ways. But yeah, you have fucking 4 multi-way matches and no singles matches, which that again is just not my type of wrestling. That's just not what I like. I don't really like multi-way matches that much. So that's always going to like give this a ceiling to me. Then we had the Adam Cole thing where he comes out and announces he's vacating the TNT title. They'd already announced that anyway earlier in the show, but he was very emotional here. He's basically teased retirement. So, this really brought the crowd down, understandably. And the match that followed, the TNT title 4-way, had a really hard time getting anything going. And again, at that point, it did not need to go 14 minutes and 23 seconds. This did not need 14 plus minutes when you knew the crowd was going to be dead anyway because of what just happened. The Dustin Rhodes winning, I saw some people get mad about that, but I thought that was a pretty smart decision, honestly, because you're going to have a crowd that's going to be really deflated, and the crowd was really deflated. You might as well give them a happy moment, and that's what they did. They gave them the Texas guy, the Texas hometown boy, winning one final title. That was a nice moment. He's gonna hold it off 2 weeks and loses to Kyle Fletcher. Who gives a shit? People acting like this is a big deal that Kyle Fletcher didn't win the belt. I didn't get that. It was a nice little hometown pop. It was the only time the crowd reacted to the fucking match, and that moment really needed a feel-good moment. Another tag match. This is one of the ones everybody else is going to be way higher on than me. Swerve Strickland and Will Ospreay defeated the Young Bucks in 26-16. Again, just a little too long, again, for the spot in the card. Just did not need to go 26 minutes. The crowd just really wasn't into the start of it. Again, part of that was the Cole thing, but it took a while for them to get into it. And for a match that I see people giving really high ratings, it was just there for a long time. They did go to balls to the wall towards the end, but the problem I had with the ending of the match, and this happens in Ospreay matches sometimes, but this was a really bad example of it to me, where he eats uber finisher after super finisher after uber finisher from the Young Bucks. He's taking the fucking EVP trigger, the TK driver, a TK driver on the floor. He's taking death move after death move after death move. He's kicking out. Okay, fine, he's kicking out. But the way he revives at the end and acts like he's fine to go through a sequence at the end before the finish, that is one of those moments that took me out of it. And it's at a match that long, where you're getting hit with that many big moves, you have to sell better than that at the very end. There's a 12-minute match on the DDT show that I'm going to talk about later where it's okay, so no selling in that is understandable. But you're at the end of a 26-minute match taking super finisher after super finisher after super finisher. You got to sell. He did not sell at all, and he went right into doing all these crazy moves. It just felt like a totally magical revival, and I just didn't like it. So that's the kind of thing where if that doesn't bother you, I get it. It took this down for me quite a bit. So I went 3.5. There's some cool spots in the second half, but this was not a great match to me or anything. This was a good match with some big flaws. The women's Casino Gauntlet, it's went 27 minutes, so less time than the men's gauntlet, but I had the right winner with Athena winning. We got Sayuri in. Nobody really knew who she was, but she did look good in there. She's going to be here on an excursion, basically, it sounds like, although she already flew back to Japan, apparently. So she flew right back. So I don't know if she's going to be appearing on the Chicago tapings later or what. The amount of flying back and forth between Japan and America some of these Japanese wrestlers do in general is so crazy to me, because those flights, they were Azumi, when she was here a couple months ago, she flew back and forth really quickly, and I was wow, I don't know how the fuck. Because she flew back to Japan to be on some karaoke show. She did the Friday show or Saturday show for New Japan, I think the Chicago Strong, or was the California one, where she won the Strong Women's title. She flew right back to Japan to do some karaoke show they were recording with all the Stardom wrestlers, then flew back to America to appear on Dynamite Wednesday, and then flew right back to Japan. It was fucking crazy. I'm just how do you not go crazy with those 14-hour flights over and over again? It's just insane. And they even have to do connections in the U.S. and stuff that I don't really have to do most of the time. I usually fly just direct from New York. To go to some of these fucking towns AEW runs, they have to do. There's no direct flights from Des Moines, But yeah, this was anyway. The women's Kazoo Gauntlet was it was good. It was like 3.5 again. Good to see Athena win, I guess, but didn't do a ton for me otherwise. I mean, it was a good match, better than the men's Gauntlet, that's for sure. But just nothing outstanding or anything. At this point, we got 4 matches left, and there's still nothing at 4 stars. The tag title 3-way, the Hurt Syndicate, Lashley and Shelton beat Jet Speed and the Patriarchy in 1859 to retain the titles. 2 3/4. Just as another wacky 3-way tag match. It was good at one point, but it eventually started dragging, like the men's Gauntlet just started dragging. We had the big post-match angle where Wayne turned on Christian and gave him the kill switch. I liked Mama Wayne's faces during this. She was pretty funny. She's like, yeah, get him! I just thought it was kind of funny. But yeah, then obviously Cope gets his big pop and makes a save for Nick Wayne. I mean, I saw a lot of people complain about him milking the entrance pop when Christian's like getting killed. I will say, I thought Garrett Kidney made a good point when he was talking about this in the Voice Wrestling Slack. He was like, I don't really mind that Cope took forever. I mean, he's helping a guy that was a huge jerk to him. So yeah, it just makes a little more sense, I guess, when you look at it like that. But yeah, whatever. Just kind of, this match was just there. Women's title, Toni Storm versus Mercedes Moné. Toni Storm ends up winning in 25-11. I mean, this was the second best match in the show. I went 3 3/4. It got very good by the end. There was a stretch, and this is almost the opposite of the Ospreay complaint, where it felt like it was big move, kick out, lay around and sell, big move, kick out, lay around and sell. Like, it didn't feel like it had good flow to it. But everything after Toni rolled out of the bank statement straight into those 3 straight strong zero pile drivers, that looked really cool. That was easy to highlight the match. It looked sick as hell. It only got a 2 count, but I wouldn't have minded that being the finish. The Avalanche Strong zero pile driver was the finish, which Mercedes could have gotten hurt on that. I haven't heard any news, but like, she was holding her neck and she was down for a long time. She did get up under her own power. Didn't need a stretcher, but she was holding her neck even after the match. So, but yeah, very good match. Just not quite 4-star level for me, but the second best match on the show. Okada Omega. Okada beat Kenny Omega in 31:05. I mean, look. There are a lot of people that wanted to give this 5 stars. It has an 8.65 on Cage Match right now. Basically 4 1/4. A lot of people are giving it 4.5. And the fact that people were primed to give this 5 and only could go 4.5, I think says more about it than anything I can say about it. I mean, it was not up to the level of the New Japan matches. Kenny basically went on Wrestling Observer and said it wouldn't be. He warned ahead of time that it wouldn't be. So, you can't blame. I mean, look, Kenny went through a lot. Kenny's body is in bad shape. He did the best he could here. They had to work a slower pace. They had to sell a lot. They did some, it was kind of like a weird mix of like selling with some good selling, and them doing like the best of spots, like where they tried to do like the big dive, and they did like the announce table spots, like the announce table DDT they've done. There was a couple other like running sequences where they tried to do like their old counters. They did the dragon suplex off the top, which Okada landed right on his face where it looked pretty painful. But like, a lot of it just was kind of sad. It was like the passage of time and like just not living up to that classic series. I mean, there was a sadness to it to me. And that's just where I'm at with that. I mean, I was 3.5. I thought it was a good match. I didn't think it was great. It left me feeling cold and a little sad about the passage of time. I mean, more than anything. There was like that Okada Tana G1 Dallas feel to it, where it was like, yeah, I'm happy to see these two live, and I would have been happy if I was in the building to see this live, I'm sure. But you could tell they couldn't do what they used to do. And it had a lot of bullshit. The end with Don Callis, which, again, only one promotion gets a pass for that stuff in a big spot. And it's this promotion. So, and the main event. So, right now, this is a 9.64 on Cage Match. Adam Page and Jon Moxley. That, as of now, that's come down. It has come down a bit. For all the matches for the start of this year, I want to see where that rates. It's come down. Look, I mean, it was a great moment. Paige getting the win was a great moment. I was happy for him. I thought there was a lot of great stuff in this match. I personally cannot give a match with 11 run-ins a 9.64. That's not something I can do. And that's currently the match of the year, according to the inmates. So it's ahead of Gabe Kenny at 9.61, Paige and Ospreay at 9.6, Saya and Tam at 9.56, the career match, and then Mariah Tony at 9.48, and Despy Kasai 9.48. Yeah, I can't give a match with 11 run-ins, and that actually is the number I counted. Match of the year. Like, that's not getting a 4 3/4, a 5-star match. I mean, look, I've defended run-ins. I've with House of Torture. I've never gone on here and said, this evil House of Torture match is a match of the year. I don't think a match that's a circus can be like this with 11 people running in and doing like the big fucking like basically a good version of Bloodlight match. That's not a 5-star match to me. That's just not what I want out of pro wrestling. I'm happy for Paige. I'm happy for his fans. I'm his fan. I'm happy that he won the title. This is a 4-star match. This is a match that was very well executed. But it's just the run-in parade is just not gonna people going with this as a match of the year to me is sort of deeply sad, because it's like it's not. I can't imagine having this over like Sari and Sayuri or Kenny and Gabe or Tony and Mariah even. I mean, if I want to pick another AEW match, I mean, just those are all better matches that don't rely on having the 11-person circus run in. It's just not. That's never going to be the match of the year for me. So if it is for you, I'm happy for you. Apparently it is for a lot of people. I don't get it. I don't think that's a match of the year. So it's a good ending to the Death Rider story. It's a great moment for Adam Page. They gave his fans what they wanted to see. I would not do it. It's a circus. 11 people running in is a circus. It's not a wrestling match. And that's not a match of the year to me. So again, you can give me the hate comments or whatever. I'm fine with that, and it's just never going to be my thing, and that's not going to be. It's not the match of the year to me. So, but it's probably going to win. I mean, it probably will, because it's a great. It is a great moment, and some people probably just don't care about that kind of thing. So, unless it happens in Japan, then it's bad. But in America, it's okay. So. All right, that's my little all-in review. I only really spent 20 minutes on it, which is great, because it means the whole episode will stay around 4 hours. So if you want to hear me talk about wrestling I liked a lot more, in just a second, I'll be back to tell you what I thought about Kobe World, the big Dragongate show, and DDT Korakuen. So give me 1 sec. I'll be back with that in a second. All right, folks, so after a brief pause, and yes, the audio sounds different since I'm recording locally now by myself, we're back here on Wrestling Omakase. Now, I'm doing that always confusing thing where I'm recording the part you guys are going to hear second before the part you're going to hear first. The magic of audio here. But yes, you should have already heard the part I have not yet recorded with Chris Samsa, where he and I did the G1 Climax preview and the All-In review. And now I'm here to do a little solo audio on a couple more Japanese wrestling shows, both from July 13th, the big Dragongate Kobe World Festival show, and the DDT Korakuen. You might hear more of these on episodes going forward. I mean, there's going to be weeks like this where I really wanted Chris on as a guest to do the G1 preview, because, he's got all the stats and everything. He's very deep in the New Japan weeds, and I really appreciate him coming on. But, he's got I'm sure we'll talk about he's got a kid and couldn't really, expect him to watch Kobe World in time. Not be a total sicko like me, staying up all night to watch it. And then obviously I don't think he watches DDT at all. So I watched both those shows live after All In. And also bear with me on the solo audio. I haven't really done any since the Patreon was a thing. So I apologize if I'm a little rusty at it, but we'll get through it together. I watched both these shows live on Saturday, late night Saturday, after already sitting through all 6 hours of All In. So, it was a lot of wrestling in one day. I'm definitely a little wrestling out today here on Sunday, which is why I've just been watching some baseball and now recording this. But yeah, the shows were both enjoyable, and Kobe World I thought was really good. For people who don't know, I guess if you're not a longtime listener, my own prior relationship with Dragongate as a promotion. So Dragongate was one of my favorite promotions, growing up. When as a 16-year-old in 2002, and I guess I'm giving away how old I am, but when I first started watching, I am old, everybody. When I first started watching Japanese wrestling, it was based on Toryumon at the time. That was one of the first promotions I was watching via a tape that was sold at Jersey All Pro Wrestling Show. So I was a big Toryumon fan, especially a big T2P fan, which was a thing at the time. And I watched Dragongate, I would say, all the way through the 2000s, pretty much uninterrupted, up until whenever Berserk started turning into Antias is where I really lost interest. I want to say that's 2016. It might be 2017. It's all kind of a blur now, honestly. And I really did not see much of it from Antias through Red, through most of the Z-Brats era. I mean, it's one of the things where I would pop in and, watch matches that were recommended and check in on stuff. But it wasn't until this year that I really started watching Dragongate regularly again. And obviously, I guess, again, I shouldn't say obviously because people might not know this because it's ancient history now. I was the host to Open the Voice Gate with Case, Mike, and Milo before I was a wrestling Omakase, before I started wrestling Omakase. So, that just my credentials on old Dragongate, I think, goes back a long time and is pretty solid, but I haven't really seen a ton of the newer stuff before this spring. It's when I really started watching, I'd say every Korakuen and even some smaller shows again. So yeah, that's where I'm at with Dragongate. I caught most of the bill for the show, so I was pretty, locked in, but if I say something that's wrong based on recent history, it's again because I haven't seen a ton of recent years, and that's where having English commentary obviously helps a lot because Jay does a great job filling in the gaps on stuff like the Kikuta turn and how he once I guess nominated all five of the Reiwa not Musketeers, the Reiwa generation, and now is sort of taking out his anger on them for not living up to his expectations, which is a cool story obviously. I believe that would have been 2023, I think, because someone listening to this can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that would have been around the time that SB Kento, who I guess is now just SBK, and the other one whose name I can never remember, the two Tokyo Bad Boys, around the time they left, they were rumored to be leaving the company, because I think Kikuta didn't mention them in his speech when he won the Dream Gate, and then everybody was like, uh-oh, and there are already rumors flying around about them, and then I think later that month in May 2023, they officially announced they were being let go. I think I have that correct. I think that's the timing on that, but I don't hold me against me if I'm wrong, because I wasn't really watching. But yeah, Kikuta, obviously a big part of the show here, a big part of what's going on right now in Dragongate with Z-Brats, which we'll get into with they did a kind of a throwback ending, as I'll talk about again. This is where, knowing a lot about Dragongate history, and I haven't watched a lot of it, really helps. But it was it kind of reminded me of a Kobe World ending, and also another kind of famous turn that came out of nowhere. But it was more like the non-Kobe World one, I guess, because they turned on him. But we'll get to that. So, this show took place, obviously, July 13th, which is the day I'm recording this too. It did 4,890 was the announced attendance. Now, again, Dragongate announced attendances. You never really know how legit it is. It looked pretty good on camera. I mean, there was... the second deck was clearly pretty empty when they showed it, but the the floor area looked good. So I'm assuming... My assumption with Dragongate attendances is pretty much they exaggerate a little. They don't exaggerate to the extent of... or quite a bit, I should say. I wouldn't call it, to the same extent of, God, which is a promotion that really, the former Real Japan, I think, is now Strong Style. They exaggerate the most, I think, where they think they may literally announce double whatever their attendance is, actual attendance is, which is funny because their number is always a round number. So I believe they always announce double. So I don't think Dragongate's doing anything like that. But their attendances always do look a little bit lower than they are, than they announced to me, which, but yeah, they announced 4,890. So they announced a little more than last year, which was last year they announced 4,795. And if you assume, they're exaggerating by about the same each year, being up only a little bit is probably pretty disappointing, given that Shun Skywalker versus Yamato felt like such a huge match. And also you had Hiroshi Tanahashi on his retirement tour. Although Tanahashi on his retirement tour hasn't meant that much for New Japan drawing. I mean, the only show that did really well recently for that was Tanahashi Jam, which, that may have had as much to do with being the last show at Dolphins Arena in Nagoya as it did with Tanahashi, plus all the guest stars. But then Tanahashi getting the global title shot against Gabe Kidd really was one of their biggest attendance bombs of the year about a week ago now, which only doing 1,300 in Tokyo Budokan, down from like 2,400 from the last Tokyo Budokan show last year. So yeah, I mean, the Tanahashi retirement tour, be interested to see what the G1 is like. I feel like the retirement tour has gotten a little overexposed, and I feel like they're going to have to work hard to make it more special, as we head into Wrestle Kingdom. But yeah, I mean, because some of the G1 advances for Tanahashi going back in the G1 one more time do not look good either. I mean, it's always tough to tell exactly what the way Japan ticket sites work, but they don't look like they're selling a ton of tickets. So we'll see what some of those G1 numbers could be quite down as we start getting them starting next week. So that's the attendance talk, though. So let's get into the actual show, which, again, the Kobe World, really good show. I mean, I thought this was a great show for Dragon Gate. The undercard flew by, which I really appreciated after the 6 hours of All In, which I'm sure we're going to talk about, or we would have, again, the weirdness of recording this first, I'm sure you would have heard us talk about already, and we're going to talk about when I talk to Chris about it. But yeah, that show was just so long, and this show, the undercard just flew by. They got right to the key matches, and being under, it's not like this was a short show. I mean, with intermission, I think it was about 4 hours, I believe. So I wouldn't call that short or anything, but it felt real. Everything is going to feel short for the rest of the year after All In, being 6 hours just for the main show, 7 hours for pre-show. So the opener, the 6-man tag team match, we have the Paradox team of BB Hulk, Suzumu Yokosuka, and Kagetora, defeating the Mochizuki Dojo rookies. So it's, again, veterans versus rookies here. Ryu Fuda, Daiki Yanaguchi, and Akihiro Sahara. Susumu pinned Sahara in 306 with the Yokosuka cutter. It was a 3-minute opener. I mean, there's really nothing to talk about there. Susumu pinned him, like I just mentioned. 2.5-star match, very average match, just existed. Match number 2, Ultimo Dragon, Don Fuji, Yasushi Kanda, and Sachihoko Boy, who's one of those guys that, I cannot believe is still kicking around, honestly, after all these years, is Sachi Boy. I mean, I remember when he was, a big part of the Monster Express breakup / Berserk turn, because Shingo was, so angry at how weak Sachi Boy was, and, Sachi Boy was Yoshino's best friend, and it became this big point of contention. But I don't really remember him doing anything else after that. So I feel like that was his last big angle, unless I'm just forgetting something. But yeah, the 4 of them, they beat Ho Ho Lun, Ho Lee, who is Genki Horiguchi, doing the gimmick of basically the fake Chinese gimmick, and Richi Tominaga. So those 3 are the Kung Fu Masters, which are apparently, as Jay explained on the episode, I should say, they are a Kobe exclusive unit. They only do this Kung Fu gimmick with Ho Ho Lun, Genki, and Tominaga during Kobe shows, because Kobe apparently has a very large Chinatown and thus a large Chinese population. I did not know this, honestly. I mean, I know about the famous Chinatown in Yokohama, and I think there's a famous one in Nagasaki too, which is another border city. I could have the city wrong, but I think that's the one I'm thinking of. But I did not realize Kobe had one, and it makes sense because obviously it's a port town, so that's why these, just like Yokohama and Nagasaki, so that's why these Chinatowns spring up. But I wish I'd known about it because I would have loved to have gone to it during either of the times I went to Kobe, so I'll have to keep that in mind next time I go back to Kobe. And Richi Tominaga, by the way, so Richi is a mahjong term. So as Jay explained on the show, I keep wanting to say episode because he was just on Open the Voice Gate, which I listened to. But yeah, as Jay explained on the show, it's because Tominaga is a regular in mahjong parlors across Kobe, which I thought that was a great line. But yeah, this is a nothing happening kind of veteran get people on the card 8-man tag here. Again, I appreciate that they kept all this stuff short and just got you right to the matches you wanted to see, which is a value that's underappreciated in modern wrestling sometimes, where it feels like every fucking match has to get way too much time, especially in AEW, as well I'm sure you already heard us talk about. But yeah, Ultimo pinned Tominaga here in 425 with the La Magistral after Fuji chokeslammed Tominaga right before that. 2 1/4, below average match, really nothing to it, but as you would expect, and they kept it short, so that's good. We had the Gaora TV title match, the 5-way match. Takashi, the former CyberKong, who I love that he still comes out to that CyberKong theme song. It's such a great theme song. He beat KZ, Naruki Doi, Masaki Mochizuki, and Kai. He pinned Kai in 7:15 with the Cyberbomb to make his first successful defense. I thought this was a little better than I expected. I mean, it was an undercard comedy match. Takashi is very popular in both All Japan and Dragon Gate. I mean, he's one of these fun bad wrestlers that I think a lot of people like. And there were some cool, there were some decent spots though for what's an undercard comedy match. At one point, Takashi gave this really cool wheelbarrow German suplex to KZ after KZ had just hit the KZ time frog spots on Mochizuki and had covered him. So that was a cool spot, probably the highlight of the match. And then there was a big dive sequence towards the end. Kai interrupted a Takashi dive sequence, but Takashi's great at getting the crowd pumped up and ready to cheer for him. The way he does the Takashi, crowd encouragement. The crowd always goes for it. And he's pumping the crowd up, acting like he's going to hit a dive, which would have been funny. But Kai was hiding behind him, interrupted the dive attempt with a super kick, but then this backfired on him because Takashi recovered and hit the Cyberbomb, and the other three were still selling from the dive to the outside, so he was able to retain. I thought there was at least a chance they did a title change here, just because Doi especially could have won, since he's also a regular in All Japan, but now they just had Takashi retain, which, there you go. Somebody is bouncing a ball really loud outside my house or my apartment right now, so I don't know if you guys can hear that or not, but just saying it in case you can, since unfortunately I do not live in a podcast studio. Match number 4, this was one I was really looking forward to because I thought the build was really, really strong with all the wild brawls they had leading up to the show. Madoka Kikuta defeated Strong Machine J in 1403 via TKO, and this is the first one where him going over so strongly here made total sense given where they were going, which didn't feel out of place, right? It didn't feel weird to me at the time they went over so strong, since he's been he's looked so good since he turned heel, but it made even more sense when you saw what the end of the night was. It was an interesting move. So Kikuta had this really weird hair. He had that I don't know, almost dreadlocks or something, very dirty looking dreadlocks. It looked pretty bad, and I kind of thought it was building up to maybe a hair versus mask match with Strong Machine J. I think that was something a lot of people thought. But so he had kept going after Strong Machine J's mask leading up to this, and Strong Machine J, I guess I should say SMJ to save myself the time going forward, basically was well, if you're going to go after my mask, I'm going to go after your hair. And Keith just I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to shave my fucking hair off and show up here with a buzz cut so you have nothing of mine to target, which is such a great heel move. just like, I don't even give a shit about my fucking hair. I'm just going to take this away from you just so you can't go after it, which I really cool little heel move. And of course, the very first thing Kikuta does is go after SMJ's mask here, which was, he rips it right away. The match, I thought, suffered a little from a lack of heat early. I thought it would have more heat after all the build. It is possible. So I did have to have the volume a little bit low just because Nicole was sleeping, so maybe I didn't even hear it. As Nicole, speaking of her, walks in the room as I'm talking. But yeah, so Kikuta, like I guess I was saying, I thought it would have a little more heat. Kikuta, they did eventually get the crowd though, so it was fine. He tried to superplex SMJ through a table that was set up, but SMJ escaped this and hit a sunset flip powerbomb on Kikuta, and Kikuta doesn't go through the center of the table, he just hits the edge, which looked like it was way more painful, and he like bounces on it basically and just fucking hits the mat. Very, very painful looking. Kikuta comes right back though and hits a standing spine buster onto a stack of chairs. SMJ fights back and breaks a chair over Kikuta's head before he sets up another table on the floor. He tries to superplex Kikuta through it, but Kikuta fights out. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. He grabs the popped out center of the chair that SMJ had just broken over his own head and nails SMJ with it. So he's almost like, you broke this chair over my head, motherfucker. I'm going to take the piece and just fucking nail you in the head with it. That was really cool. And SMJ just goes flying and takes this bump off the top to the outside, basically through the table. The table still didn't break that bad. I mean, that much, but he did at least break more than it did when, they did the powerbomb earlier. Then they set up the barbed wire table, or barbed wire board, I should say, in the corner, which Kikuta puts SMJ through with a hip attack. And the ending was a little weird just because it's a no DQ match. We're not used to seeing a ref stop the match, and the ref just kind of like dives in there and stops it immediately. So that was a bit of a shock ending to me and a bit sudden, but it did make Kikuta look very strong, which I guess is the idea, to make Kikuta look like a monster. So yeah, I went 4 flat on this match. I thought it was really good, and just a very, very wild brawl that made Kikuta look like the beast he needed to look like, given what was going to happen in the main event later. Alright, so the next match, as I did a little awkward pause there, we had the Brave Gate match. UT, in his second attempt at defense, loses the title. He loses it to Ryoya Tanaka. Tanaka pinning him at 11:49 with the Joker Strider. Joker is quite the word, actually, for what happened at that finish, as we'll get to. But man, besides the finish, this match was awesome. I mean, this was like exactly what you wanted out of these two guys in the spot, where they just go complete balls for the wall for the entire 12 minutes they got. Very quick start, very nice down to the floor from Ryoya. Jay always says this too, but Ryoya does look like he was built in a lab to be a Dragongate wrestler. I mean, he has that, he doesn't have a lot of size, as a lot of them don't. I mean, he's listed at 5'6", which might even be an exaggeration, honestly, given they had these two girls there before the match. I don't know who they were. I guess some local sponsors probably. And one of them, who I guess was maybe teenager or preteen, looked like she was the same height as Tanaka. So I thought that was kind of funny before the match. I was like, well, if she is 5'5", maybe Stardom should recruit her. But anyway, but yeah, besides the fact that he looks like he was built and allowed to be a Dragongate wrestler with the looks and the lack of size and just the way he fits in. He's from Hyogo too. He's from Hyogo Prefecture, where Kobe is based. So must have been a really hard decision for him choosing which dojo to join. I'm saying sarcastically. Very quick pace to this, as you would expect. There was a really great flash pin sequence in this. And Ryoya ended up getting the cross saber. UT kicked out but then Ryoya puts him away afterwards with the Joker Strider. Unfortunately, this was the only thing wrong with the match, really. He misses it completely. Instead of hitting UT with the move, like a normal splash or whatever, he ends up like destroying his calves instead, or his calves, I should say, or his ankles or something. So it was like the ankle destroyer. But, it was an awesome match otherwise, though, even with taking something off for that. If without that botch, I probably would have gone 4 1/4. So as it is, it's 4 flat. I mean, just a really outstanding, sprint between these two guys. I know UT's fans were really upset here to see him drop the title so quickly. But as I kind of talked about on VoiceGate, there's really only so many people in the company that can even challenge for the Brave Gate at this point. So, it makes sense that you would want to get the belt onto Tanaka, and you could even have UT win it back. I mean, just because it took him 12 years to finally win it doesn't mean he can't win the title a second time. So, but yeah, of the matches, this was the second best match on the show after the main event, in my opinion. Just even with the botch, I thought it was great. Then we had the special tag team match, Dragon Kid and Hiroshi Tanahashi defeating Yuki Yoshioka and Dragon Dia. Tanahashi pinning Yoshioka in 12:53 the high fly flow. I was a little surprised this was only Tana's second Dragon Gate appearance ever. He did the Stalker retirement match last December 2024, and in fact Stalker Chikawa was on commentary here. I would have assumed he showed up on like a Kobe World even to beat Stalker randomly in the 2010s or something. I mean, I was a little surprised that this was only his second Dragon Gate appearance ever. There wasn't a lot to this match, unfortunately. I mean, I just didn't grab me at all. I may have been fading a little bit by this point too, staying up all night to watch, although I don't remember really feeling that tired until the main. So, but yeah, Tana pinned Yuki with the high fly flow, and of all the pro wrestling matches that have ever happened, this was sure one of them. I went 2 3/4 on this. But the big news, though, came after the match, where Tana officially left the high fly flow, as these kids outside yell way too loudly. I'm sorry if they're being picked up by the mic. Tana left the high fly flow to his fellow hometown boy, Yoshioka, which, even when a New Japan guy, the president of New Japan, shows up on a Dragon Gate show, or an outside promotion show, it somehow becomes about them burying the young wrestlers, in this case, I guess, indirectly, because the rumor was that Yuya Uemura especially was after the high fly flow to be given the move, and he even just does it. He does a frog splash, and Tanahashi goes to Dragon Gate and says, this Dragon Gate wrestler, Yuki Yoshioka, is the one who's going to inherit the high fly flow. And I guess it says a lot about how pretty much every promotion in Japan right now is pushing their young wrestlers better than New Japan at the moment, which is, they're not even that, Yuki's not even that young anymore. He's like 31. So it's just very, very weird how, at this point, how slow and how reluctant they are to push these younger wrestlers. We got an intermission after this match, and then we came back with the Triangle Gate 3-way match. This is a 2-fall elimination match, as generally happens with these Triangle Gate 3-ways, especially at Kobe World. But yeah, the champions entering here were Ishin, Yoshiki Kato, and Homare from Z-Brats, and the 2 chowder teams were the All Lucha team of Luis Monte, Flamita, and Bendito, and the Love and Peace team of Jackie Kame, Rita, and Mochizuki Jr. The first fall was Ishin submitting Jr., I should say, in 13:53 with the death penalty, and the second fall was Flamita pinning Kato in 19 minutes with the Phoenix Splash. So the Lucha Trio surprisingly wins the titles here. I say surprisingly because I thought the word going around, and Jay on commentary even sounded confused by this, was the 3 Mexican wrestlers are going back home after this show briefly. As it is, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen, especially since 2 of them are already booked in a tag match for the Korakuen on August 7th, I think is the next Korakuen. So I don't know when they're going to defend these titles, if they are going back. Maybe there'll be a short reign. They'll drop them at Dangerous Gate in Oda Ward Gym. But yeah, this was okay. The start was really good. The problem with this match basically was Bandito. So he, as I think anyone watching this tour recently would say, he is just a step slow doing the Dragongate style, especially compared to the other two Lucha partners. And I think at one point Luis Monte, the former DM Monte, also was like that when he first came over, and he was kind of awkward about it, and eventually did get over it. But Bandito also being a bigger guy than a lot of the Dragon Gate wrestlers also probably doesn't help, and he's just a little bit slower, a little bit off at times. At times it was very funny, which if you're gonna do weird and like kind of bad stuff, at least it should be funny. But yeah, he was like just a little behind the other wrestlers in this match. The highlight by far was the exchange that Ishin had with Mochizuki Jr. They did this crazy exchange of German suplexes, and then Ishin came up from one of the Germans and like just decapitates him with a lariat. And Mochi Jr. takes this amazing flying bump but he comes right back with this delayed German suplex. But Ishin kicks out and then gets the death penalty choke, and Mochizuki had a tap to eliminate Love and Peace, which, that just, like I said, awesome sequence, by far the highlight of the match. After that, after the Love and Peace team was eliminated, it did deflate the crowd a bit. You could tell the crowd really was behind the Love and Peace trio. And Team Mexico, they tried to do these simultaneous dives to the floor, and Bandito, this is really fun. So Bandito jumps up at the top rope. As his two teammates are diving, he just jumps back down. I guess he just kind of felt like he had a bad, he felt very awkward up there or something, like he didn't feel right doing the dive, but it just looked so funny watching him like jump right back down while his other two teammates are doing these simultaneous dives. And Ishin just kind of has to stand there like waving his arms around like an idiot while Bandito like hops up and down, and Bandito hops back up and then does the dive finally. So that just looked funny, but again kind of bad too. Flamita, he ends up getting his mask pulled off, but he puts on this mask that Luis Monte wore for his entrance and ended up pinning Kato for the surprising title change. Like I said, again, the match peaked before Love and Peace were eliminated, but it was fucking on fire before that, and it was still good after that, but it just wasn't quite up to that level. So I ended up going 3 3/4 on the entire match. Very much worth watching. Still like the fourth best match on the show after the Brave Gate, and the no DQ match with SMJ and Kikuta. But yeah, just a step behind those two. And the main was better than everything, as we'll get to in a sec. The semifinal, they opened the Twin Gate titles. Kota Minoura and Jason Lee defeat Benkei and Hyo. Minoura pins Hyo in 13:58 with the Golden Rose, the surprising third successful defense for the I don't know how to pronounce it. The Zebrats team in this match. Because I think everybody kind of assumed Love and Peace was getting one of these two titles at least, the Triangle Gate and the Twin Gate. Obviously they didn't get the Triangle Gate, and they didn't get the Twin Gate either. Wasn't the most exciting start to the match. We do get a cool use of the Lucha tag rules that Dragon Gate uses, where Hyo slid out to the floor and Benkei came right in with this double spear on both the heels. That looked really cool. Minoura, I thought, was just looking a little chubbier than usual. I know he's gained weight since turning heel, and that can kind of work for a heel, especially in Dragon Gate. But where you look kind of, it works for Ishin, right? I mean, you look like this big chubby heel in this promotion where you're surrounded by these beautiful men, these idol men. But yeah, he just looked even chubbier than that, though, to me here. His body looked very soft, and I don't know if it made him be a touch slow in this match, or if that was just me imagining things, but it was noticeable. Where it really picked up, and I wasn't really into it before that, was they did that. Benkei loves to do this bump off a running knee, and he took a really great one here when Kota just destroyed him with this running knee, and that led to this hot closing stretch with the kind of hot action you'd expect. The Zebrats go to their heel tactics. They use a powder attack on Hyo, and then Minoura gives them the last ride. But Hyo kicks out, and I'm thinking, okay, well, the babyface are going to make the big comeback now. But then no, Minoura just hits the Golden Rose, which is that sit out fire thunder thing he does, And that's it. That's the pin. So Love and Peace got nothing here. Now, this made sense given what happened after the main again, because you wanted to keep Zebra strong, given that they're losing the Triangle Gate, and they're not going to win the Dream Gate, as it turns out, because they're kicking out Skywalker after he wins the Brave Gate or the Dream Gate. So you want to keep one of the top titles on them here and keep them strong for the big turn. So Minoura is going to be the number 2 in the unit now behind Kikuta. So you want to keep them strong. But yeah. I went 3.5 on this ultimately. I just thought it was kind of nothing for a little too long to go any higher, but it did finish hot at least. I liked it. It's not like I hated it. It just was a good match, not a great match. So that was your semi-main event of Kobe World Festival. All right, so your main event of the evening was the Open the Dreamgate title match. Very highly anticipated match, in my mind at least, the most highly anticipated Kobe World main event in many years. Shun Skywalker does indeed defeat Yamato in 29-34 with the SSW. Yamato fails in his 9th defense as the Discord notification sound pops in. Sorry about that. But yeah, so Shun Skywalker beats Yamato in 29-34 at the SSW. Yamato fails in his 9th defense, and Shun becomes the 41st champion. So yeah, this match was fucking awesome. It was a match I was looking forward to a lot. And first of all, huge props to Dragongate for getting the main event in the ring, 3 hours and 24 minutes of their biggest show of the year, when everybody knew this was going to go long, and that was with an intermission. So I appreciate that. I was able to watch through this entire show live last night. I keep bringing up All In, but after how fucking long of a show All In was, I greatly appreciated this main event getting in the ring before we even hit the 3 hour and 30 minute mark. Again, with an intermission, unlike All In. So the first 15 minutes I thought were good. It was deliberately paced. You could tell they were going long. They did a lot of big boots, especially Shun hit a lot of big boots. What kept me engaged and where I stayed into it for the first 15 minutes was the crowd was so behind Yamato here. They did, I think part of that was they did a really good job building Shun up as this monster who also was above the promotion, that they managed to make a guy who again was on his 9th defense here feel like the underdog against Shun. And part of that was the work they were doing too, where Shun's one of the biggest guys in the company. He's just destroying Yamato with these boots, and Yamato's selling was great. So the crowd just kept getting more and more behind Yamato as it went on. I was a little surprised there didn't seem to be anybody behind Shun. I thought maybe the threat of Shun leaving would get some fans on his side, but the crowd was just totally behind Yamato here. This got better and better and better down the stretch. Really insane closing stretch. There's so much stuff I honestly didn't even take notes on, but I remember, Yamato, he's won a bunch of title matches before with his Rana, especially when he was a heel. I remember that's how he won the Dream Gate from Shingo, I believe, was a standing Rana off of a box shot or something. And he does this amazing looking standing Rana where Shun kind of leaps into it and just goes flying. One of the coolest looking standing Ranas I can ever remember seeing. That was a great near fall. And then he does this perfect running counter of Shun into the Galleria for another great near fall. And Yamato's just throwing move after move after move at Shun, and Shun just keeps surviving. He takes the Brainbuster right on the Dragongate logo and kicks out. Yamato tries to go with the Galleria again. Shun slips out of it, and Yamato just immediately hits him with 3 straight enziguris, and then gets the Galleria again. And I thought that was honestly the finish. I mean, it was very well built up. I was like, oh my god, this is where he's going to win. And Shun kicked out again. Shun counters another attempt at the Galleria into the SSW, but Yamato kicks out. Shun hits this beautiful moonsault at the top. Yamato kicks out again, and then Shun finally hits another SSW, and that gets the pin. This was really awesome. You never really know what to expect. I mean, back in the day, Dragongate used to have a problem with these long singles title matches, even when the rest of the promotion was great. I remember one of the Yamato reigns was like this. This reign has been much better. But, they used to have a problem where they would put on these great undercards and full of, really fast-paced matches, and they would try to do these long, epic Dreamgate matches, and they just wouldn't land at all with their audience, and that was not the case here. The crowd, I remember so many, Dreamgate matches, even during peak Dragongate eras, late 2000s, early to mid-2010s, would have, dead crowds, and the crowd was so into Yamato here and so behind him. Awesome match. Really enjoyed it. 4.5 stars. Really outstanding match. Blew away anything on All In. Just blew away every single match on All In. A low-end match of the year contender. Not quite in my top 10, but really close. So, outstanding match. Again, really, really highly recommend this. And if you're looking to skim this, again, my recommendations are the the Kikuta versus Strong Machine J no DQ match, the Bravegate title match with UT and Tanaka, the Triangle Gate 3-way, and the main event, the Dreamgate match. Those are the 4 must-see matches on this show. So that's what I would recommend everybody watching, even if you're not a big Dragongate fan. So, after the match, Shun wins, and a heel almost never wins the Kobe World main event. So I was sitting here thinking, I'm like, are they going to do the angle, the 2008 ending, which people don't know the context behind that. So Shingo Takagi was supposed to challenge Shima for the Dreamgate title at Kobe World 2008. And Shingo at that point had just turned heel and formed Real Hazard. That was the merger of a couple of New Hazard guys, and then the what was left of Muscle Outlaws. And, he kicked BB Hulk to the curb after they lost the GHC Junior Tag titles, and Shingo became the top heel of the company, leading Real Hazard. Now, the problem is Shima got hurt right before that show, and he ended up missing pretty much the entire rest of 2008. I think that was also the time that he did his weird WWE tryout out of nowhere when he hadn't been in Dragongate for a while, and then he ends up coming back and forming Warriors, I believe, at the very start of 2009. So Shingo is supposed to be the top heel, supposed to be challenging Shima, but Shima gets hurt, has to vacate the Dreamgate. Instead, they do a Dreamgate decision match with Shingo and BB Hulk, which again had just become his big rival again after Shingo turned on him in the Real Hazard formation. And Shingo wins, so he wins the Dreamgate main event as a heel. But in the post-match, they immediately turn Shingo face because Real Hazard, I guess, started beating up somebody. I don't remember who it was at this point. It might have been Dragon Kid, because I know they formed that Shingo Dragon Kid team. But yeah, they start beating... I think it might have just been Hulk. I think they might have just been beating down Hulk afterward. But yeah, and then Shingo turns on Real Hazard and, basically doesn't want to be a heel anymore. And he ends up joining up with Typhoon, I believe, at the time. And then Typhoon has to break up, and that's when he forms Kamikaze. So yeah, that's the 2008 Kobe World ending, where Shingo wins the Dreamgate as a heel and immediately turns face. Now, what was different here was rather than Shingo, proactively turning on the heels, here the heels turned on Shun. So in that case, it was more like when Shima, at the end of 2011 at Final Gate, won the Dreamgate from Masaki Mochizuki as the leader of Blood Warriors and top heel. Not at that show, but just a couple weeks later at Korakuen, Shima got kicked out of Blood Warriors by the rest of his unit. So the unit turned on him. He didn't turn on them. And then they were going to turn that into Mad Blanky. So it was more like that, where Shun is celebrating afterward, and then Kikuta suddenly nails him, turns on him, and Kikuta, who again they had put over very strong earlier, very clearly taken over as the new leader of Z-Brats, and we'll see if they rebrand, because it does seem like about time for a heel unit rebrand in Dragongate. And so Kikuta turns on Shun, and Shun is laying there. Homare, who had joined Z-Brats, and Jay pointed this out, he was the only person who joined Z-Brats specifically to team with Shun, and people jokingly call him Shun Jr. He's the only one checking on Shun, and he leaves with Shun ultimately, while the rest of the unit all seems very happy with the decision. So we'll see if that's really setting up Homare sticking with Shun, or because, again, this is Dragon Gate and this kind of thing happens, wouldn't surprise me if it's a swerve and Homari also turns on him later. But yeah, so Shun ends up leaving sort of in disgrace, even though he won the Dream Gate. So we have a Dream Gate champion who's been turned on by his unit. And, the whole thing makes sense, too. It's like he's a jerk, right? I mean, Shun is a jerk to everybody. That's kind of his whole thing. And, the other members maybe got tired of following this jerk, but before Kikuta joined, they never felt like they had, enough power to overthrow this tyrannical leader. And now Kikuta, he's such a monster and such an asshole, he's able to rally the rest of the group and be like, you know what, we don't need this jerk off Shun Skywalker. He thinks he's better than Dragon Gate, he wants to lead Dragon Gate, screw that. And that is kind of the gimmick, that's kind of what they did. The group rallied behind Kikuta, and they threw this guy overboard who, instead of having to suffer under him anymore. So the turn makes a lot of sense. It'll be really interesting to see, now they have Kikuta, to get behind. It'll be really interesting to see what babyface Shun Skywalker looks like, and I assume it'll be a slow thing with him where he's not necessarily going to be like, smiling and happy right away, because it'd be really weird if he was, and the babyfaces are not going to be able to accept him for a while, and we'll have to see where it goes from here. So yeah, that was the end of Kobe Pro Wrestling Festival 2025, Kobe World. Great show, I thought. Again, 4 matches, well worth watching. And, some really cool stuff coming up, as I mentioned, we'll see what happens with Shun Skywalker. Now, their next live show is not for a few weeks, apparently. It looks like their next live show on Dragon Gate Network is July 27th at Kobe Sambo Hall. There is a Byuden coming up, the Mochizuki produced shows on July 23rd, Shinjuku Face in Tokyo. So I guess that will be a tape show on Dragon Gate Network. The next Korakuen is August 5th, which, is a Tuesday. So that's their next Korakuen Hall show. And yeah, their next big show is only about a month away. So that's Sunday, August 17th from Oda Ward Gym, Dangerous Gate 2025. So we'll see where we go there. Do we go right to Shun versus Kikuta? Is that where we're going? I guess we'll have to see. But yeah, all that is what's coming up in Dragon Gate. And again, definitely a promotion I'm paying attention to again. And I really enjoyed Kobe World, so we'll see what things look like going forward for Dragon Gate. Okay, so let's switch over to DDT. I think this will be a little bit quicker since it was a Korakuen, not their biggest show of the year. But yeah, this was DDT Rock in Ring 2025. Play the strikes, shout the cheers. July 13th, Korakuen Hall. Now, they don't announce attendance, but this, as you probably know, we talked about this a few weeks ago. But this show apparently did sell out ahead of time. I assume in large part because of these celebrities in the semi-main event, which we'll talk about. Before the show started, they introduced a new 21-year-old rookie, Hinata Kasai. And yes, folks, that is Jun Kasai's son. So this was a big shock, I think, when they announced it. I feel like a lot of people knew Jun Kasai had a daughter. He's brought his daughter out before, but did not know he had a son. So this was almost like another Mochizuki Jr. situation where it's like nobody even knew about this kid before he was suddenly brought in as a trainee. Apparently, some stuff I found out about him, and credit to a friend of the show, Andrew, who posted this stuff in the Super J-Cast Discord. Apparently, he said it's his dream to jump off the Korakuen Hall balcony holding hands with his dad. It's kind of cute. What else did he say? There was at least one other thing. There was so he's from, again, talking about him versus the daughter. So the son here, who's going to be training with DDT, Hinata, he is from Jun Kasai's first marriage. The daughter, who I think more people had heard of, is from the second marriage. So that's his half-sibling, the daughter. And Hinata apparently is a huge Joshi fan, and Jun Kasai takes him to Joshi shows a lot. So that is also interesting. Just a little fun fact there about about Hinata Kasai. So yeah, he is the newest trainee of DDT, and we'll see what happens there. His name is Happy Boy, by the way. Happy Boy Hinata Kasai. This is apparently his name. So we have the dark match, I did not watch this, but it was Naomi Yoshimura and Antonio Honda defeating Soma Takao and Yuni. Honda pinned Yuni with a jackknife pin in 6:36. I did not watch it. Can't give you any notes on it. The opener of the main show, Chris Brooks, Jun Akiyama, and Daichi Sato defeated Yuki Ino, Yuki Onaya, and Yuki Ishida. Sato pinned Ishida with the Mad Splash in 8:29. Interesting little opener here. Brooks was coming off losing the KO-D title to Higuchi on the last Korakuen. Naya and Ino are coming off winning the tag titles from the Astronauts, so kind of going in different directions there. We get the rubber band spot, which I thought Dragongate popularized that or invented it or whatever when Genki Horiguchi started doing it in the Jimmies, which would have been like mid-2010s, but friend of the show, Odd Jobs, had posted on the Discord a while back that DDT actually was doing that spot all the way back in the early 2000s. So they apparently were the actual inventors of this rubber band spot, which I found interesting. So yeah, Daichi pins Ishida. Gentleman's 3-level stuff here in the opening match. Really nothing of note besides the rubber band spot. And Daichi did get in the face of both tag champions afterward. I don't think anything was confirmed, though, for the tag titles. I don't think we have a tag title match. They did announce a bunch of stuff for the 2-night Wrestle Peter Pan that we'll talk about later. But yeah, nothing. I don't think there's anything confirmed for the tag titles unless it's on an earlier show and I've just forgotten. The second match was a 3-way match. Super Sasadango Machine defeated Danshoku Dino and Kazuki Hirata. Sasadango pinned Hirata with a schoolboy in 4:19. There was a backstage segment where the GM of the company, God, what the fuck's his name? I can never remember his name when I I should have wrote it down. But yeah, the GM of the company, you know what I'm talking about, the guy with the glasses. He wants them to put on a good impression, basically, because of all these extra eyes watching for the idol guy that we're going to talk about, Kaisei Takechi. Takechi. I'm sorry, I'm probably mispronouncing that. But yeah, he wants them to all get extra eyes for the idol. There's all these extra eyes for the idol guy. So he basically tells them, he tells Dino, get your ass out right away, but not your whole ass because we're live on a Bema, and just do your dancing here and go right to the finish. And they end up with a very quick match here. Dino indeed had his ass out immediately in the corner. Hirata did his whole dance, and Sasadango pulls his mask off right away, which again, basically just joking here that they're just going right to all the stuff they always do at the end. Hirata kept going for the Dai-ni Shiai Bomber, which is the match 2 bomber, which is just kind of funny. He's like, Dai-ni Shiai Bomber! I guess joking that he's in the second match, and he's that's all he's worthy for or whatever. But yeah, he keeps going for it over and over again. He can't get it. He finally gets it on Dango, but then gets rolled up by him immediately for the pin, which was pretty funny. But yeah, typical DDT comedy stuff here. Dango, after the match, did a PowerPoint where he thanks fans for ordering his one-match pay-per-view against Toru Yano last month, and he breaks news of 2 matches. First, Danshoku Dino versus Hiroshi Tanahashi, which is August 31st, night 2 of Peter Pan from Korakuen Hall. Peter Pan this year being a 2-night event. And then they also announced Minoru Suzuki versus Muscle Sakai, who of course is Sasadango, to commemorate the 15th anniversary of Sakai's retirement. That will be the day before, on August 30th, Higashin Arena. So that's night 1 of Peter Pan. Pretty fucking funny, in my opinion. They do a 15th anniversary of a retirement match, just making a total joke out of the fact that, of course, Muscle Sakai just kept wrestling a Super Sasadango machine. The third match here, Mao Kanan, the team of Strange Love Connection, and Kazuma Sumi defeated Illusion, Haruto Sakuraba. They're both from Damnation TA. Sakuraba's the big actor guy, the monster. And their partner, Masashi Takeda from Freedom. So making a rare DDT appearance, maybe related to Jun Kasai's son being announced as a trainee, who knows? But yeah, he's here. And Mao pinned Illusion with a Japanese leg roll clutch in 11:10. So for those who are familiar with Sakuraba, he is that huge 6'2" muscular actor who debuted last December as a Damnation member. He's still pretty green, given this was only his second match ever. But he just kind of let guys bounce off him here, and that worked. I believe, if I remember correctly, the story of his debut is he was starring in like a Final Fantasy play alongside former Tokyo Joshi wrestler and still office member Saki Akai, also former DDT roster member, I should say, Saki Akai, and she recruited him, I believe. I believe she's the one who brought him in as one of these part-time entertainers that's been one of DDT's big, what's the word? Like, big, I can't, when the word is like on the tip of your tongue, very annoying as a podcaster. I guess big directives is kind of the word I'm looking for. The part-time entertainer thing with Takashi, or with God, brain fart, everybody. But yeah, it's one of the big directives for DDT is this part-time entertainer thing. Wow, this is again why solo audio is so hard. Mao again, he pins Illusion after Illusion tried to do the Swanton Bomb, the flip senton, and then Mao just kind of pinned him. Fun little undercard match here, 3 1/4. Match number 4, we had Kosei Fujita from New Japan, fresh off of losing his IWGP Junior title shot to El Desperado last week. He teams here with Takashi Masada, and they defeat the team of Toy and Yuya Kuroko. Masada pins Kuroko with the Masada no Chikara Kobu Muki. What a move name. And 12-22. Great action this match, especially between Fujita and Toy. Just like awesome high-speed stuff. I saw a couple people on the Discord, really maybe just one guy, complain they didn't sell enough, but like, I don't know, it's like a high-speed match. They're trying to do, a really quick sprint here. I don't really mind a lack of selling in that context. I mean, they're doing really quick stuff, which is really, really cool. I thought this ruled. I went 3 3/4. Better than the entire All In undercard is what I put in my notes. I think the only match besides that I would put above this match on All In is the main, probably. Maybe Mercedes and Tony, but even that is close. I mean, this match was so much fun. And again, also only 12 minutes and 22 seconds, which the other big problem the All In show had was everything being super long. The DDT Universal title, Minoru Suzuki defeated Shinya Aoki by referee stoppage with elbow strikes in 15-17 to make his third defense of the title belt. So that was the third defense here for Suzuki. I thought it was fine, a little slow for me. When they started exchanging holds in the crowd, that was kind of interesting, I guess, but it quickly turned to Suzuki just kind of hitting him with a chair and typical outside brawl stuff. They did brawl up into the oranges, and then Suzuki just kind of kicked Aoki over after getting a running start, which just looked kind of weak. They got back in the ring. They started doing the mat wrestling. That I liked more. But Suzuki ends up beating him by stoppage. He hit the Gotch pile driver and then just continually, elbowed him on the mat. Pretty good match. Not much more. 3 1/4. Maybe a little disappointing. But afterward, Mao came out to challenge Suzuki. That will apparently be for night 2 of Peter Pan at Korakuen Hall, August 31st. So again, Suzuki, he already has the Muscle Sakai match on night 1 on August 30th. So the Universal title match will be night 2. I saw some DDT fans say they're kind of disappointed by this, that they were hoping Mao would be ready to move up to the KO-D title by now, but I believe he's already had the Universal title twice before, maybe even 3 times. But yeah. 6-man tag match is semi-main event. Yuki Ueno, Akito, and Kasei Takeshi. I'm probably saying that wrong again. It's just kind of a weird Japanese letter combination for me. They defeated the Damnation team of Daisuke Sasaki, Hideki Okatani, and MJ Paul. Ueno pinned Paul with the BME in 11:40. And this was, so people don't know again about the idol here, the Kaisei guy. He is from a J-pop band called the Rampage from Exile Tribe. This is his 4th match total, but his first since October 2024. So, the match is all about him, as you'd expect, since he's the big draw here as an idol. And Damnation's working him over. They use chairs on him behind the ref's back, and Daisuke Sasaki tries to tap him out with the crossface, but we get a long struggle before Kaisei makes the ropes. He's very green, but he has a nice drop kick, and I thought some of his selling was actually pretty decent, especially for his experience level. He's a choke slamming Sasaki from the ring onto everyone on the floor, and then Ueno back in the ring pins Paul with the BME, the best moonsault ever. 3.5, pretty fun. good match here. Apparently, Takeshi's next match isn't until November 3rd in Ryugoku for Ultimate Party, which is interesting because they made a big deal of him officially signing as a DDT guy, but I guess because of his idol responsibilities, he's still very much part-time. So, there you go. Also just kind of bummed they moved Ultimate Party back up this year. Last year, it was apparently December 28th. So it would have been perfect if it was that first Saturday again during Wrestle Kingdom season. I would have been able to see it when I land in Japan. But they moved it back up to early November instead, Ultimate Party at Ryugoku, so that kind of sucks. But yeah, good 6-man tag. But anyway, I completely lost track of. I was just saying because he was in the they announced his next match is Ultimate Party on November 3rd. Main event, the KO-D Openweight Title. Kazusada Higuchi defeats Harashima with the Claw Slam in 16:55 to make his first defense. This match started with some nice little mat wrestling. It did get a bit dull when it was just Harashima working on Higuchi's arm for a while. That did feel like it went on forever. Just not bad work, but not anything that was grabbing me or anything. Just kind of didn't grab me. Harashima eventually hit this kind of awkward looking Samato. Both the Samatos he hit in this match I thought looked weird. But he went for the pin after that, and Higuchi got his foot on the ropes to survive and get the rope break. The match was, did really pick up from there with some very hard strikes from both guys. Harashima hit some really hard slaps to the face. And that set up him going for the cross arm breaker. Higuchi powered out of it and hit a power bomb. Harashima no-sold it and hit the Samato again. But Higuchi kicked out of the pin and grabbed him in the claw all in one motion and hit the claw slam for the pin. It was a cool finish, and I thought they did a good job building the drama at the end in a match where the result had felt like a foregone conclusion to me going in. But I still, I just didn't like the early part of it. It wasn't, given how... again, it was only 17 minutes. The early part went on for quite a while. So I went 3.5 ultimately. It was a good match, but just, again, not great or anything. I saw some people much higher on it than that, but that's where I landed. After the main, Jun Agiyama came out to challenge Higuchi. That got some big, gasping reactions out of the crowd. They shook hands at that point before Jun then laid Higuchi out with a lariat. So that match will happen August 30th. For Peter Pan Night 1 at Higashin Arena. There will also be a Battle Royal on July 16th at Shinjuku Face, so only a few days from now. And the winner of that match gets another title shot against Higuchi the next night on August 31st for the Peter Pan Korakuen Hall show. On top of that, too, as the GM reminded Higuchi after the match, the right to challenge anytime, anywhere contracts are going to return. So those will be up for grabs on the 9th, 10th, 16th, and 17th of August, and they can be cashed in for KO-D title shots anytime between August 9th and October 19th. And as in the past, you can, if you pin the prize holder, I believe in any kind of match, if I remember correctly, even like a tag match or something, you take their title shot from them. So those will be back in play too. The right to challenge anytime, anywhere. So yeah, a lot of stress here for Higuchi. He's got 2 confirmed title shots. Like, he was acting very nonplussed about it, but he's got 2 confirmed challengers plus the 4 anytime, anywhere contract holders that are coming up. So there you go. There's your DDT. Let's take a look at their upcoming schedule, which I should have loaded up ahead of time. Good work there, John. Let's see. I don't know what voice I was making just now. What does the Wrestle Universe schedule have for them coming up? I believe they have the Beer Garden show. So July 16th on Wednesday, that will be streaming live, or July 15th and 16th, Tuesday and Wednesday, they'll be streaming live from Shinjuku Face. Those are really fun shows in person, by the way. But the 16th is like I mentioned, has the big battle royal. Nothing else coming up right now by the looks of it. I see a lot of Noah. I see a lot of Marigold. Yeah, they do an August 9th show from Yokohama. Yeah, it looks like there's... When is their next Korakuen? That's a good question, right? Osaka, August 17th. Yeah, unless I'm just not seeing it, I don't think they have another Korakuen until Peter Pan. Okay, so yeah, that's what's coming up for DDT. But yeah, there we go. Some DDT coming, some upcoming DDT there. All right, folks, we can wrap up this episode. And again, I'm wrapping it up before I record the first part of it. But did about an hour of solo audio, which is cool. I mean, again, I hadn't done this in a long time, so I apologize if any of it was a little bit awkward. But we got through the Dragongate and DDT stuff. So we're sticking to a weekly format for a while now. I mean, there's going to be 1 week in August where I definitely can't do an episode because I'm going to Otakon, the big anime convention in Washington, D.C., but that's not coming up for a few more weeks. And I believe I have like 3 episodes on the books already. So next week, Sunday, July 20th, I'll be recording with a guest I haven't had on since pre-pandemic, Devin. So he's been on before, but it's been a while. And the two of us are going to talk about, it's basically Korakuen week. We have the Marigold July 16th Korakuen, the All Japan July 17th Korakuen, the Sendai Girls July 19th Korakuen, and the Noah July 19th and July 20th Korakuen. So that will be a lot of shows to review next week. 5 shows for Devin and I to get through. So that'll be next week. In the meantime, you can follow us on Twitter at WrestleOmakase. Wrestling, of course, would not fit. You can follow me on Bluesky at Just1MB. All the other hosts do this, so I should probably do it too. Give us a 5-star review on iTunes if you want to. But yeah, I guess we'll, other than that, folks, thank you for listening, and I will see you next time.
Hello, do you like New Japan Pro Wrestling? Are you a Shin Nihon freak? If so, check out the Super J-Cast with Joel and Damon on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network.
And even if you fucking hate New Japan Pro Wrestling, listen to the Super J-Cast anyway. Not just for our great show reviews, analysis, and pastrami sandwiches, but there's also usually some dick jokes somewhere in the obligatory opening 30 minutes of absolute nonsense we chat about every single week. That's the Super J-Cast for all the best talk about New Japan Pro Wrestling, crisps, and pornography.
Hey everybody, my name is Jesse Collins, and I want to tell you all about my show, the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, here on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network. On the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, we do a thorough analysis on the biggest issues and trends within the pro wrestling industry. We talk a lot about pro wrestling media, we talk a lot about fan culture and wrestling's place within general pop culture, and we talk about the broader influences that are shaping the way we discuss and analyze the pro wrestling industry. We've had some of the brightest minds in the pro wrestling intelligentsia on the show, including WrestleNomics host Brandon Thurston, both Rich Craich and Joe Lanza from the Flagship Wrestling Podcast, Trevor Dame from the Through the Years podcast, and a whole lot more. This isn't a show for hot takes. It's not a show recapping the latest episode of television. This is a show focusing on the biggest topics in pro wrestling and doing a deep dive on the real stories behind the surface level analysis you might find elsewhere. The Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast is available wherever you get your podcasts, and we'd really appreciate it if you gave us a try. Thanks.
If you're a podcast host, listen up, this one's for you. My name is Allie Jackson. I'm the host of Finding Mr. Height, a dating and relationship podcast that I've been doing for 4 years now, sharing my positive and practical approach to dating that's built on my own life experience. And I wanted to share another experience that I've had, my secret behind monetizing my show. It's called Red Circle, and I was just telling my colleague about how much I love their platform. With Red Circle, not only am I getting a seamless hosting experience, but I also love the support I receive in ad sales. It's not just typical ad sales either. It's targeted opportunities based on my show and my life. And the platform is super simple. You just set your preferences and Red Circle matches you with sponsors that align with your show. You can vet every opportunity and their platform gives you great analytics. More recently too, my Red Circle team has brought me opportunities outside of my podcast on social media to really augment the podcast partnerships, bring them full circle. I just can't recommend them enough. If you want to give it a try, go to redcircle.com to get your free trial. That's redcircle.com for a free trial.